I altered some audio settings, so I'm going to need to listen to the stream with audio on for a second, so you're going to hear me again. You also might hear a commercial, because they love to play right away and then fuck with me. Okay. Participants, I have 2 people who aren't checked in. Who are they?
Those with Robinhood Gold.
Shut up. Stupid. Dumbass audio thing. Persian Warrior and Devil. Okay. Participants, I have 2 people who aren't checked in. Who are they?
Those with Robinhood Gold.
Shut up. Stupid. Dumbass audio thing. Persian Warrior and Devil. Okay. Audio sounds better. So, how's that audio sound? I'm hoping it's a little better.
Gold.
Shut up. I mean, it sounds a little better. Feels like Faction War was just an hour ago. Faction War was just an hour ago. I'm hoping the improvements I made to my audio between now and then sound good. I know, now, listen, like, 80% of people have been telling me my audio sounds fine, and then like 20% have been saying, is it sound shitty? I listened to it myself. It definitely doesn't sound as good. It didn't sound as good as it did before. I'm wondering if it sounds better now than the Faction War. So I'll go back and listen to the Faction War versus this and see my differences. But yeah, people are saying the audio sounds good. Lit! I got a new microphone. It reduces some background noise, improves audio quality and things like that. But it was sounding a little tinny to my ear, like a little low quality. So I made some adjustments. Now we're good to go. Devil and Persian. I don't think they're going to be showing up at this point, so let's just get this started. Can't have 27 people wait for 2. Process checking results. Your audio always sounds the same to me. Nice. Made some. Okay. I think it sounds better. I think it sounds good. Oh, righty, participants. Shuffle. There we go. So what are we doing today? We're doing a try-hard conquest tournament to get our second qualified person for our big try-hard playoffs big thing event. $200 on the line in the form of Steam gift cards. Second through 4th place get $33. First place gets $100 on Steam. That is of the people who qualify. This is a qualifier. So the winner today will get into that money tournament. Right. Let's check and make sure. The only thing I'm really looking for is to make sure clan doesn't fight clan right away, because that's kind of annoying. Rusto is rat. He's not XMT. Flower and in-cars. Ballerina and Butcherbird. Yeah, we should be good. Be good to go. So let's hit that start tournament. Bam. Playing Conquest today. Well, goodbye. Have a nice time. You are good to go. Maybe check with your opponent before queuing on bot. Otherwise, you might match someone else. We are just using our Vermin League best of 3 bot today. I'm a professional. I'm a goddamn professional. There's an ODM Civil War. Well, I think I hit shuffle. I think I hit shuffle. I think you're a liar. All right, let's do this. Zegzi, huh? I see Zegzi typing, but he's not finishing his typing so that I can snipe him. Snipe his ass. Okay. As you heard, today is try hard. So you will be seeing people trying their best, all the cheesy, garbage, bullshit, asshole strategies you can possibly imagine. I'm included. I'm included there. Need my blocker image. I'll cast my own perspective until I inevitably get beaten up and pushed out, and then from there I'll just cast other people's games. Up until semifinals and finals. This Conquest today, I refuse to take any more complaints about people hopping in the chat and saying like, Land Battles is stinky and dumb, and you're stinky and you're dumb. It's Conquest today, so if anything's stinky and dumb, those people can bite my shorts. We're fighting Zegzi. Dude's good. Zegzi's very good. Hosts a lot on our videos. He does all the timestamp things. If you ever see the little Ukrainian flag with all the timestamps like a legend, that's Zegzi out there. Doing the work like a hero. Okay, Zegzi's here. And I should match him, huh? Alright. Bwags is lining up to go fight Jepardu. Just waiting for a second. Gotta update the top of the thing. All right. There, we got our opponent. Everybody's jumping on the bot at the same time, which is understandable considering the tournament just started, but we got our guy. We got our guy. So what is the pick and ban here? I'm player 1. Oh, Demons of Chaos and Dwarves are our shared bans. Map is Pillar of Bone. I'm player 1. Fuck! The map is small again. I'm getting a lot of small maps recently, which is not good for me. Let's do Skaven, Greenskins, Ogre Kingdoms, ban Ogres. I imagine he'll ban Ogres back, so I'll probably have Skaven Greenskins versus anything. And while he types, I'm going to update the little scorecard. Wait, I'm on the left. I'm on the left, it's me! Nope. I'm not looking at you, chat, I'm sorry. I've been typing a lot of stuff. Okay. We're good. We're back. I'm checking on chat. Hi, chat. What up, Adelmo? Ah, that tea is still very hot, but I need the caffeine. Please win, you make videos that make me laugh, but then you lose in the first round, I feel bad for you, so I get sad. Hey, never feel bad for me. My lack of skill and my failures are mine alone. All right, he's going Corn, ban Ogre Kingdoms. Corn ban ogres. Skaven. Skaven can have some teeth here. My blocker blocks my build, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Skaven versus them. Versus the bad corn people. Da-dun, da-dun, dun, da-da-dun. Who would feel bad for a stinky rat? Damn. Damn, dude. Can't just do me like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Sorry, Human Boy, but come on, RTK. That's fair. Zegsy's a bro. He's a good one to root for. I feel like Skaven is a bad matchup for Khorne. They can do okay. They can do all right. Can't Khorne just walk forwards? I mean, yeah. Then we'll kill him. Because we're great. I need a gosh darn malarkeyed second. So be chill. Yes. This one. Yes. Yes. No. No. Shut it down. Shut it down. Switch everything. Change everything. All right. 0 gold spend. Easy win. Bah, easy game. Bah, easy game. I'll admit, a small map is not the best map for this matchup, but we'll do our best. Zegsy's really good. He's a really good player. I don't think he's like top 3 in the community at the moment, but he is really good, so. I'll admit I'm in a bit of trouble. Is Ice Power even playing today, or is he just trying to find a game in this madness? Ice Power's not playing. He's just trying to find a game right now. That explains where all this fucking confusion's coming from. There's a bunch of people trying to match into each other and then canceling, and I'm like, oh, I must have just fucked up. Like, it must just be tournament traffic. But there's 2 or 3 people that aren't a part of the tournament that are just trying to queue while everyone else is. And they just aren't paying attention at all. So Ice Power and SG are just fucking queuing into tournament people. Oh, too funny. Okay. So normally I go Skrulk here. Normally I do go Skrulk here, but I'm a little worried about the small map and infantry spam. So I want Brass Orb from Ikit, and then I kind of want Flensing Ruin in case of like Scarbrand or something. Might be a mistake. Usually Skrulk is quite good here. So we'll see. But I have 6 skirmishers, 3 globes. Globes should help me take care of the front line decently nicely. I have a front line of Clan Rat Spears for their higher melee defense with, they'll get 8 more. So they'll have 36 melee defense and decent leadership for Clan Rats. Then when I nuke them with globes, they'll run like everything else. But at least Skaven Slaves like literally route on the charge. We have 2 wolf rats to counter furies that are trying to land on us or counter chaos warhounds. We have rat ogres to buff up the front line a little bit or deal with chaos knights or something. But we mostly want our 6 little skirmishers to shoot at furies and flesh hounds and chaos warhounds, and our wolf rats deal with furies and chaos warhounds. Globes can hopefully kill minotaurs in the front line, and then Flensing Ruin can kill whoever their lord is. It's roughly the idea. With a bigger map, I can get a warp lightning cannon, but teeny tiny map, teeny tiny life. Opponent is ready. I just need to make my control groups. Oh no, control groups. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. No one's behind me. It's a little bit of a shocker. TBH. Marauders and marauders. Sounds about right. Okay, we have flesh hounds coming through the front line. Skirmishers can keep themselves safe from those chaos furies, as we can see there. Okay, these guys have kited away. Their unit flag doesn't indicate as much, but they have. Okay, Cleansing Ruin that lady. Skirmishers fall back. And then these globes. It go stop those guys in place, and the globes can throw at these dogs that are piling up. You guys retreat away. Skirmishers retreat away. We'll get dogs to go charge those chaos furies as the flesh hounds continue to chase my skirmishers around. Oh, the Chaos Warhounds are actually attacking my Rat Ogres. The flag just isn't there. Got it. Things are going not great, not terrible. Would still like to kill those last Furies. Minotaurs are coming to say hi to Ikit. Run away. Those dogs are hanging on barely by their leadership, which is not great for me. There we go. Got rid of some of the Furies. See, we're roughly getting to the game state we wanted. We're just not getting there quickly enough, but I'm going to peel off his Warhounds here. Fleshhounds are almost dead. Fleshhounds are almost dead. Like these Fleshhounds, they're almost dead and all that stuff. If I can get this to just being infantry and Minotaurs, then I can kite them pretty well. Right, but the problem is I've taken a lot of damage to get to that game state, and I was really hoping these Fleshhounds would die faster. My skirmishers. So it's going roughly according to plan, just more damage taken than I wanted to. Yeah, look at these Fleshhounds. Like, they're fucking dead, and they're still gonna kill my Night Runners. They just won't Demonic Instability Crumble, which is a bitch for me. We're probably doomed. I won't throw in the towel just yet, but looking at the state of the game, I'm probably too far behind. I don't know what that's about. Globes, throwing Fleshhounds, get a little bit of damage. Man, these Fleshhounds are like nearly unbreakable. All the Fleshhounds are just chilling. Got a Rat Ogre back somewhere. Oh, he's being attacked by dogs. He just rallied because the dogs were hidden. Got it. Someone kill those fucking dogs. You don't have demon shields. You can't dodge this damage if you wanted to. Okay, their demonic stability crumbling. Charge the other dogs. Don't allow yourself to get charged, please. I do have Minotaurs coming in. I have a bunch of skirmishers that are over here. I need to return to the fight. Minos are going to charge my dogs, so I'm going to run downhill real quick. Run! Ah! Oh my god, spooky! Ah, gee! Ah, gee, so spooky! No, no, not for me! No, no, not today! I will not be spooked! Not by you! No, no! Right, always got routed off. Skirmishers returning to the fight, and Ikit and the dogs getting some good value. Get that, bitch! Kill her! Kill her dead! Still a lot of Minos, still a lot of nonsense, still a lot of garbage in the way. Minotaurs could probably clean up the rest of my army, so we're fucked. But we gave it a good go. One more Flensing Ruin. If I really wanted to draw this game out, which I won't, I'll surrender in a second, but draw this out, I could Flensing Ruin Valkia one more time, probably route her off the map, but I legitimately don't know what kills that last Minotaur. There's still a bunch of Flesh Hounds of Khorne, so Ikit's going to be in trouble, so I will just surrender and save everybody some time. But it was pretty close. GG. Skrulk might have been better. I do really like Rod of Corruption. I really like his summons for trying to break the Khorne front line. I was more worried because he didn't do this, but I was worried about him vanguarding because Skrulk's pretty bad if you get flanked. Because Skrulk's great at getting thrown to the front line and then doing a ton of damage and securing your front line with Stand Your Ground and his own summons and Rod of Corruption. You can secure your front line and do a lot of damage, but I was worried with Pillar of Bones, small map. I thought he'd deploy behind me, and then Skrulk can only be one place, right? So it gets better at getting to where I need him to be, Brass Orb and stuff, but Zegzi ended up just full rushing me, so Skrulk would have been better. He didn't do any flank shenanigans. Well, Vanguard. Yeah, I mean, he used his flanks correctly, but he didn't spawn on my Vanguard or anything. It was close. It was pretty close. Globe's running into melee when giving a shooting order. I didn't see that happen. Flying Taco's asking me a question, and one does not simply ignore Flying Taco. All right, for game 2, he goes Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, Beastmen, ban Ogre Kingdoms. Altdorf Outskirts is the map. Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, Beastmen, ban Ogres. Is this a best of 3? Yeah, it is. I need to update the score at the top. Can you make a Dragon Breath rating use guide video? Maybe. That's a solid idea. Wouldn't magic dogs be against Furies? They have significantly lower weapon strength. They have a 16 weapon strength, while these guys have 26. So you do magic damage. So you're mitigating the demon's 20% physical resistance, but you're reducing your own damage by like 38%. So it ends up not being super worth it. You get increased armor piercing, but that doesn't matter versus Furies. Okay. Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, Beastmen. I gotta get back to thing. I can't talk to you, chat. My opponent's waiting on me. Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, Beastmen is pretty strong. I've been struggling against Dark Elves recently. Let's do... That's delicious. That's delicious tea. I'm not stalling for time. Let us, as a group, as a unit, do a thing that will win us the game. Yes. Yes, I can win. Yep. Mm-hmm. I am not stalling. You're stalling. Oh boy. The thin glizzies ban dank elves. We're going lizardmen ban dark elves. Bring it, Ogre Kingdoms. Bring it, you stupid bitches. What are you gonna do? Beat lizardmen? Not likely. Fuck you. This is maybe a bad idea, but here's the thing. Ogres are very strong. I get that. But I personally have been getting my ass handed me by dark elves over and over and over again. So like seeing ogres and dark elves and I can only ban one, I am in such trouble. Oh, so I'm probably fucked. All right. He went Beastmen. Oh. All right. We're back. We're back in it. Cool. Upload a file, this one. Okay, I'm back. I'm focused. Beastmen, lizards. As so ever, spam skinks and golden riders. Versus Beastmen? Nah, dude. You're crazy for that one. Fire Leech Pterodons are good here. Maybe. Or you could just let me cook. Is that so hard? I mean, Cold Spear Riders are cool. But Centaurs are also bastards. They are bastard-coded bastards. Rider of Lustria. Full mobility rush. No. Absolutely not. Trying to think what to do against Minotaurs and Centaurs and all their ilk. All their creatures of ill repute. That's pretty good. Okay, and then we get 2 of those. Yeah! Yeah! This is good! This is good. We're gonna win. Holy smokes. This is actually... This is the freest win of my entire life. Wow. Way likes the Klosta Hunters matchup. Should be good. Should be good. Boom. This is risky. We'll try it. Okay. Sounds like a heal blob? No. So, we're going to go with a lot of skinks. And I know that is crazy and new for lizardmen to go with a lot of skinks. I know, but trust me. No, it's pretty bog standard. It is Conquest. Maybe I could have grabbed Saurus and held on the point. But lizardmen trade okay into beastmen. Even Centaurs don't want to charge skinks and just like stay in the fight with them. So just a lot of bodies can be a nuisance. And I am worried. I don't have any Cold Wind Riders because they trade horribly into Centaurs, in my opinion. The armor piercing is entirely wasted, and they're much slower than the Centaurs. So Zegzi can get all the fights he wants and do extreme damage to me. So I have skink skirmishers on the sides to shoot at Centaurs when they charge my skink cohorts. Otherwise, we pretty much have a build that goes from white line to white line, so I am just going to walk forward and force the beastmen to take a fight somewhere, and they're not going to be able to flank me. Up in the sky, we have 2 Pterodons with Fire Leech Bolas. I actually do remember, Jack Norman was saying it in chat, but I remember being impressed by Fire Leech Bolas when they get to fire at a blob. So then I'll get the Ripperdactyl Rider ROR to deal with any harpies in the sky, and that should secure room for my Fire Leech Bolas. We have 2 Feral Bastillodons for only 650 gold. They are extremely cheap terror sources, so I just brought them to cause terror. Nakai also causes terror and has his -8 leadership debuff. Then I have a Flock of Doomcaster, so that's pretty standard. But yeah, we're gonna terror bomb them. We're gonna terror bomb the hell out of them. Did Tequila corrupt you into taking Nakai every game? No, Nakai is actually good versus Beastmen because of his terror, and he is incredibly fast, which is very nice. So he can get to the fights he needs to, and Beastmen being low leadership is not bueno for them. So we're going to push up to the point. He has some chariots. Not a fan of chariots with this build. I don't have a ton of mass. I have some Nakai, Ripperdactyls, my Feral Bastildons, but not a ton. We just want to see fight, take fight. We have a lot of melee stuff, so let's go get fighting. Okay, nice early Flock of Doom. Which is the Calcan Garter in. Oh, I really want this fight. Oh, I want this fight. Okay. I know we have some AFK stuff because there's been a lot to micro going on, but so here we go. Klosta Hunters, Toad Rage, and then Primal Roar. And that should be giving them a lot of melee attack, physical resistance, and damage. That should be pretty darn good for me. You guys are going to fall back. Ripperdactyls keep just throwing. And then I actually need to tell my skinks to get in a fight, so that's on me. But we are trying to wreck the Butchers of Calcan right now. I'd like to cast my Stop Rampage thing, but apparently that's not going to work. Pterodons got caught by Malagor, which is my bad. Last time I saw him, he was over here doing nothing, and then he was killing my guys. Oh, Overcast is 12 wins the magic? No? Okay, the Butcher's fucked off. We'll be going after them. They're currently just demolishing all my fucking guys. All the Fire Leech Bolas do their thing. These Centaurs are charging in. I'm going to hit them with a Rock Drop as soon as they get here. Okay. Butchers and Nakai need to go get... I mean, Nakai just needs to go get the butchers in general. My Colossus Hunters use their Toad Rage again. Still shooting at the blob with our Fire Leech Bolas. Pretty far behind on the balance of power again. In comes Nakai, jumping through. Decent damage out. Boop. Nice Floggadoom. Primal Roar to get these fuckers to finally route. There we go. So they're routing. Flockadoom caster's just gonna wander a bit. Nakai's in trouble. Generally, our DPS is all gone. I didn't think Skinks would do that poorly versus the Beastmen front line, but they did. There wasn't even that much infantry. They just did horribly. I should trust myself. I have been saying for a while that basic skink cohorts have been nerfed into irrelevancy, and then I'll just go and take basic skink cohorts because I'm an idiot and I don't listen to myself. But that's pretty classic. Okay, at this point, the butchers are just going to heal. We have a bunch of centaurs with throwing axes that are all just going to kite, so it's over. GG. Clostodons would just get stuck in the Centaurs. Yeah, the Clostodons didn't do very well, unfortunately. I got them a great fight with the Butchers of Kalkengard, and they didn't kill them. They just paid for themselves, which is not nothing. The terror-causing units in the front line would have been nice if my front line was winning. The Fire Leech Bolas did jack shit, unfortunately. Even the one that fired all game into blobs did not do very much. So far, the chat recommended build is not looking too good. Red Crested Skinks and Skink cohorts all just got run the fuck over by almost no infantry beastmen. Like, literally no infantry, just running Centaurs into infantry and instantly killing them on the collision attack. That's pretty brutal. That does kind of show why the meta has shifted away from infantry, though. Like, people often ask why no one is taking... Yeah. There's a reason not a lot of people take infantry to win games. And when you see them fighting, like, Khorne, for example, you see just literally all cavalry trying to kite, is because just on the charge, Skinks get fucking obliterated, or everything gets obliterated by mass right now. Because collision attacks are just so strong. Look at that. A third HP off my Red Crested Skinks, uncontested as Centaurs charge them. Jesus. Centaurs almost rout these Skinks on the charge. Yeah. Damn, this game is just a showcase of why the infantry meta is dead. All my Skinks getting insta-killed by mass just charging straight into them. Brutal. It is what it is. Take bad builds and lose, I suppose. Kind of feel like you need to go with Solar Engine box that matchup. Maybe. Should have taken the Shredder. 2. One Fire Leech got good value, the other you left to fight Malagor. But it got good value firing all game into blobs, and even then, good value isn't even paying for itself, right? The Fire Leech Bola is 750, isn't it? Yeah. So the Fire Leech Bola has to fire out a blob all game, get all of its ammo out to almost pay for itself, which I do not consider very good. Anyway, well, let's just do 1 and 1. Why bother with the 3? Because that's just more opportunity for the AI to fuck it up. There. Needing Cold One Cav behind a countercharge if you want to use Red Crest against cavalry factions. No. Cold Ones, that one I know. Cold Ones are objectively terrible against Beastmen. Because Centaurs outtrade them for less money. Centaurs have better stats. Your armor piercing is wasted for Cold One Riders. Because you have to go Cold One Spear Riders, then you're going 1,000 gold versus a 750 gold unit. And 750 gold unit's still gonna, like, win. I just want to see the Fire Leech bullet damage on these Centaurs. Jack, I disagree that Fire Leech bolas beat Centaurs. Jack, you lied to me! Jack! Oh, fuck you, OBS. Fire Leech Pterodons are good here. They beat Throwing Axes 1v1. That was a lie! You lied to me! I found the chat. It says they beat Centaur Throwing Axes 1-1. That was not true! You have done a falsehood! You need mass to babysit the Red Cresteds? Oh, for sure, Borain, but at that point, you're just losing anyway. They beat Centaurs because you can dodge? I mean, I guess, but if you're trying to dodge with 2 half-assed skirmish cav that don't do that much damage, and you're losing the rest of the map, you're still not going to win. I don't know. Obviously, the skinks weren't working, but I don't think the Fire Leech Bowls are the way here. Probably, with hindsight, if I redo it, Nakai did well. He did his job. The game just fell apart around him. So I do think someone in chat, I honestly forget, and I could scroll, but I'm busy. Someone was right. I should just go with, I like the Flockcaster, I like Nakai. That's solid. And then, honestly, Forsaurus Spears. Couple Red Crests mixed in there. I don't know about the Solar Engine. Because this is Conquest, so I can force them to come to me. But probably something like this. Form up on the point. Get 2 Rev Crystals to just eel tank through a lot of things. And then maybe some Croxagors, maybe some Cold One Spear Riders, but you keep them in the box. Something like that. But you probably just have to box up against the Beastmen and form up on the point. Maybe with a box formation you could get 2 Pterodons of Fire Leech Bolas and the Ripperdactyls and protect them in the sky and stuff or whatever, but I just wasn't sold that they were getting damage out fast enough to be worth taking in a matchup that's going to happen that quickly. I don't know. It's an interesting matchup that clearly I didn't have a good handle on, but it is what it is. Just not good matchups for me right now. I haven't been able to practice a ton. Let me message someone quick. Ba-bum-bum. Here you go. While I'm doing this, you can look at the bracket. Dun, 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 dun. Looking for Olaf and Rusto. Saw Olaf responding to someone in a bit. Son of Heaven and Ash might be up. Anyway, I just pinged some people asking for a lobby. But to finish my thought, I haven't had a lot of time to practice because I've been making a ton of content since Christmas. And the meta has shifted very far away from factions I enjoy. And it's shifted into factions that I just can't wrap my head around how to play correctly versus. Like, I just don't understand Dark Elves They're one of those voodoo factions that whenever I fight them, I watch a ton of replays, and I see Dark Elves all the fucking time, and I go, oh, okay, yeah, like, I'm making this up, but Fireborn charging Cold One Knights, and Cold One Knights are affected by a Curse of Honor here, and they have 300 HP left, and the Fireborn are full HP. Those Cold One Knights will die. Sick, cool, yeah, I got it. And then I'll fight versus Dark Elves, and I'll charge my full health Fireborn into an almost dead Cold One Knight, cast Curse of Honor here on it, pan my screen away, come back, and my Fireborn is just fucking dead, and the Cold One Knights are somehow healed. They have healing, and I go, what? And then the Dark Elves go, yeah, we cast Regrowth on our Cold One Knights. I'm like, you don't even have Regrowth! Like, that's how just, like, fucked that matchup is whenever I try and play it. Is just Dark Elves just magic their way to victory, and I don't fucking understand. So them being meta is really messing with me. Demons of Chaos, Dwarves being meta. We're honestly in a bit of a kite meta, which is not good for me. So I just need to practice and learn the new meta, but I haven't had time. I'm living in the past. All my builds are outdated. Except for my Skaven builds, but that one I just only get Skaven in bad matchups because I don't get to counterpick with them much. People usually just ban them away. Sheed. We're here with Stelios versus Ash. That's not an excuse. It's not like, oh man, I should have won, but I played bad and my builds are outdated. It's like, yeah, you played bad and your builds are outdated. Get wrecked, nerd. You just scream and rush and hope for a win with Khorne? Nah, dude. When I've played Khorne recently, I used to like Khorne. I played a bit, but when I played Khorne recently, the games are just horrible. Win or lose, they're just unfun games because everyone and their grandmother hard kites you right now. Like, there's going to be no infantry on the map, all cavalry, a ton of ranged cavalry as well, ranged chariots, usually a flying spellcaster lord, and it's just like, God, someone fight me, man. No. I gave up on Khorne. I couldn't get a fun matchup. And that's partially Khorne's fault. I'm not gonna pretend it's like everyone is scumlording me. It's like, no, your whole faction is designed to murder infantry instantaneously, so why would anyone take it? Yeah. Just reading chat. The stream must be very behind. There we go. Yeah, because we are in the lobby, but every time I check back on my stream, it would be showing the bracket, and I was like, you're not on the bracket. Yeah, we get it. Our Hill Cannon is balanced. We're not saying our Hill Cannon is balanced. I didn't say anything about it. You brought it up. I just said you're going to get hard kited. Those mirror matches. Khorne mirror matches are pretty funny. Those are pretty funny. I guess I could just become a Dark Elf main. But I'm getting to that point in the patch cycle, you know, where you're like, there's got to be a patch coming soon. Because I've been crazy busy. And this patch has been the live... I mean, hot fixes didn't change a fucking thing. So this patch has been the meta since, like, early December, right? It's been all of December, all of January, most of February... Well, not most of, sorry. My brain was thinking most of February till now, which, yeah, that's always going to be the case. So you're thinking, like, okay, the next patch has got to be around the corner. Do I want to bother learning different factions to fit this meta, and then this meta's just gone. So I don't know. It's tricky. I've been doing this whole mic thing. This new blast already? True, dude. True. People still treat you like a madman if you want infantry like Swordmaster to get buffed, even though they're the most useless they've ever been. Yeah. Infantry meta is fully and completely dead. Which, that's also a thing of how I lost that that Lizardmen game. That is classic, because you guys out there don't understand. Here's what you don't understand. It is very, very easy. It is insanely easy to be a caster. It is. Because you just sit here, there's no pressure on you, and you can think clearly. And as soon as you're in the hot seat, as soon as you're playing, I swear to God, you just go blank. You're like, what units buttons do? What units are good at anything? And you forget like half the units are even on your roster. You don't know what you're doing. You load it into the game and you're like, maybe this build will work. And then the post game, you're like, no, there was no shot that would ever work. What was I thinking? It just happens. That's funny. The pressure just gets to you. This build will work, and then sorry, just want to check the audio. I've been tinkering with the mic settings, so I occasionally turn the audio on to check if it's still working right. All right. Another small map here. I think this is the Blasted Lands, or Blasted Crater, Darkland Crater? Blasted Darkland Crater? I forget. I haven't used this map in a long time. But anyway, we have some corn. We have some lizardmen. It's a subtle change in attention brought to playing versus watching. It's way easier to see what's going on when watching. Oh, for sure. But also, like, I just forget what builds are any good when you're playing and you have to make one up. For corn, we're getting some serious melee corn, and the opponent isn't all cavalry trying to kite him, so you will get a good corn game. And I love a good corn game. I love when corn actually gets to fight in melee. Shit's dope. We have basic Wrathmongers, not the ROR. Chaos Warrior with halberds, 2 Minotaurs with great weapons, then a front line of Marauders of Corn. Karanak and Scarbrand, the dynamic duo, with his Silence Aura. And he didn't bring his net, he just brought the Silence Aura. Then Scarbrand with his Rampage and his Self-Rampage that gives him 50% more damage. 3 Marauder Horsemen, all with throwing axes. On the other side, it's another bit of a monster fight. Red Crest Skink front line, Skink cohorts, Javelins back line, Colden Riders, Chameleon Skinks. Then we have Mazdamundi on Zlak with his Heal and Curse of the Midnight Wind. And then we have the Shredder of Lustria. Both sides opting into a relatively cheap front line and a couple big single entities. The only difference is Khorne got 3 Skirmish Cav and 2 Minotaurs, while the Lizardmen have some more Skirmish Infantry and a couple Coldwind Riders. Halberd Warriors instead of Khorne Gorers, man, Ash really hates them. Ash is not a Khorne Gorer enjoyer. He's just not. He doesn't roll that way. Looks like for now we're just going on a bit of a skirmish. And Skirmish Cav trying to throw into the Lizardmen and get a little bit of free damage out. Karanak and Scarbrand might go hunt down some skinks. The Khorne Infantry is actually piecing out. They're going further north. Gonna come down around the sides? I don't know what they're waiting for, but Scarbrand is gonna get pin-cushioned while all that's going on. The Shredder of Lustria is even coming over. Gonna take a lot of free damage. I do not like this decision at all. I am very scared. Why did Mazda already apotheosis himself? What was the point of that? I'm confused, I am alarmed, I am scared. As Locke gets a little rear charge onto Scarbrand, the apotheosis isn't too much of a crime, just heals a little bit of damage and then leaves. And the Shredder's chasing Scarbrand. They have been baited into the woods where now everyone's stats will be debuffed. No one gets any stats. But here's the problem with running from the Shredder of Lustria, is it does have those machine gun turrets on its back that get some nice little free damage out, and Scarbrand's going back in, but what's the plan here, son? What are you gonna rear charge and really realistically do? as Mazda kind of half-assedly turns around to fight Scarbrand. Scarbrand runs away again, only for Skinks to poke him on the way out. Meanwhile, Colden Riders somehow charge into Minotaurs of Khorne and Wrathmongers. That's going to be a whoopsie. They'll want that one back, so he's retreating. Stelios holding for now. In comes more Minotaurs. Going to cleave through little Skinks. Oh, they're going flying. That's a Curse of the Midnight Wind from Mazda Mundi, trying to lower their attacking prowess. Minus 27 melee attack is nothing to scoff at. Scarbrand and Karanak still in the woods, still trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. As the Wrathmongers mong some wrath upon these red-crested Skinks. Getting up a lot of kills for Khorne. Charging up either a Sword of Khorne or a Horn of Khorne. I don't know how I feel about the Horn. Usually you have enough melee attack that you don't really need a Horn of Khorne. It's just kind of putting a hat on a hat at that point. Like, 22 defense Skink Skirmishers are not going to withstand 30 melee attack cav charging them. I heard the zooies of somewhere the thing happened. The ruination of cities. But Scarbrand runs in, rampaging everybody, popping Wrathful Reaper and getting a good side shot down on the Shredder of Lustria. Horn of Khorne is popped in this giant melee fight, and I guess that's more fine. You're giving at least a big blob fight a bunch of melee stats, but Sword of Khorne might be more helpful. Though I suppose there's not any good targets for that either, so yeah, Horn's fine. Really, just Khorne's 3 army abilities aren't particularly great in this exact situation that's going on. Karanak is hunting down Mazda, mostly to apply the silence to him and stop him from casting any healing on the Shredder of Lustria. Not as much thinking that Karanak's actually going to kill Mazda. It's just a bit of a support thing. Now the Shredder is completely surrounded by Minotaurs and Scarbrand and Wrathmongers. That is a terrible time for him, so he starts to path out, gets into those Skinks, and all of a sudden leaving all the Minotaurs behind. If Scarbrand wants to pursue him, he will pursue him alone. Elsewhere, the Skirmish Cav are doing a lot of damage, but they are also getting taken out by these Skink Javelins and Red Crest Skinks nearby. Maybe those Skinks can come out and help over here a little bit as the Shredder continues to fight back against the Minotaurs of Khorne, which Dread Aversion lowers their leadership by 8. It is going to get them to rout nice and early. And that'll be a big problem for Khorne. Balance of power is 50-50. Khorne is currently up about 1,000 damage value, though it's not a ton. And Scarbrand is back in, charging the Shredder of Lustria in the back. Getting a couple hits out here and there. Wrathful Reaper rampages himself. He is surrounded by Skinks, so it's pretty easy for Rampage Scarbrand to get distracted, and it looks like he is going to be distracted. And he'll start wasting his attacks on random Skinks that aren't worth his time. In fact, right now, he's wasting so much time, he's just T-posing. Not even swinging. Lizardmen fall further behind for Stelios. And Mazda has so much healing to offer. If he can just get far enough away from Karanak to get Apotheosis out, I think we'll get one soon. He is out of range of Karanak. There it is. So Apotheosis and shield the old ones out. There are so many things Mazda wanted to do. There's a Curse of the Midnight Wind too. He gets out of the silence range and throws down like 4 abilities legitimately. Just bam, 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 bam. Stop silencing me. The Lizardmen are back in this. I do not think they're out of this game in any way, shape, or form. Karanak has to get back onto Mazda Mundi and reapply that silence, because we saw how much this Lawn wants to do whenever he can get to freedom. Ruination of Cities is coming just before the silence shows up. Is the RNG good? It goes straight through the Red Crescent Skinks, and then it fucks off in every direction besides the Skinks. Oh no! It's a disaster. RNG entirely abandons Stelios, fucking over his Red Crescent Skinks super hard. Now he's alone versus all these infantry and halberds and Minotaurs and Scarbrand. His 2 big single entities will get dragged down, and that will be GG. There's no hope for Lizardman to win while Mazda's getting silenced by Karanak like this. The Shredder's trying to clear out some more stuff. We have Skinks coming back over with their dart attacks, and I mean, Scarbrand's taking a lot of damage, and we have the Wrathmongers are terror routing, but Mazda Mundi. Scarbrand and Mazda Mundi are like the same person. They're like the same guy. Mazda Mundi's getting crazy low, but so is Scarbrand's leadership, actually. The Shredder gets a couple good hits on him. Wrathful Reaper is popped again for the Rampage, but 50% more damage, and now there's no Skinks at his feet to distract him this time. He is fully focused on the Shredder of Lustria, who's also fully focused on him and kind of chomping his ass out. But Scarbrand's getting his good hits in that he needs. Mazda Mundi dies. Bounce powers very far against Lizardman as this man just moonwalks into Scarbrand. Maybe we'll get him to Demonic Instability Crumble, but it won't be enough to save the Lizardman, as that is going to be GG. That's a good corn game. That's a fun corn game. We love when people don't just kite corn. I like a good fight. We like a good scrap when the blood god gets his skulls. Doesn't get run around the map. Minotaur's got insane value. Scarbrand did alright. Karanak did very well with his silence. It's not all about value for him. It's just stopping Mazda from getting his value out. Then the Wrathmongers won the melee fight pretty hard. Mazda didn't get to participate as much as he wanted in that disastrous ruination of cities. That was just a nightmare. Let me message Ash 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna black out the screen quick. So when I go into the lobby, you can't see any builds or anything. And the players are doing picks and bans. I just want to see that last ruination of cities again. And I told the players to wait for me to come back. They're still doing picks and bans. They still have to make their armies for game 2, so we're not holding them up. But I did want to make sure in case they're crazy fast, they don't leave us behind. But I have to see that ruination again. That was such a disaster. Okay. I'm just gonna fast forward till we see that ruination of cities, because that shit was nuts. Dun 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 dun. I'll continue to hit a red crested. Red crested kinks are good. They're good for what they are. They're super cheap. Damn, that was a nice banishment. I didn't see that one happen in game, but that did a ton of damage. So the blob fight is mostly happening. Something back here is going down. Red Crested's come back over to help out. Mazdamuni's going to get to safety in a second. And then Karanak will go north. And on his way back into the fight, Mazda's going to throw down a ruination of cities. So, where is it? All right, so here's the ruination. Now, let's point out angles. In red is where the ruination should not go at all. It should not go in that V. Good is between here and here. And that's about it. So honestly, there's a lot of neutral space. Neutral space. Bad. Good. All right, kind of a 50-50 on whether or not it's going to be bad. And then the first one is going to come out any second now. Right up the goddamn Red Crested Kinks. Right up them. Literally the worst it could have been. Straight up the goddamn Red Crested Kinks. Look at that red bar of extra damage. Oh, it's a disaster. And the second one goes off into bumfuck nowhere. And the third one goes off into even further bumfuck nowhere. Wow. that is rough. It was perfect. It was perfectly terrible. It went straight up the Red Crested Skinks. Ignored all of corn. Holy. That's too funny. All right, let's get the blocker back up. Let's get back into their game. We're back for game 2. Looks like it's Dark Elves Greenskins is getting set up. Players are not quite ready. We didn't miss anything. That was bad placement. I mean, yeah, when we really scoped it out, most likely nothing was going to happen. Potentially good, potentially bad, in about equa percentage value. It's just funny that the first of the 3 shards went up the red crested skinks as disastrously friendly fire as possible, and the other 2 went off into nowhere. It didn't even like potentially kind of hit the Khorne units. It hit just skinks. If they were Temple Guard, they wouldn't have routed. Maz isn't used to dealing with Flame Mask Skinks. True. That is incredibly based. Alright, we get some greenskins. We get some Dark Elves. You actually managed to beat Berserk? Nice job, Codex. Nice job, dude. And now for my next lie. Oh, you shouldn't lie. You shouldn't do that. Lying is wrong. Lying is bad. Don't worry, dude. I lost 2. I lost to Zegzi, the GOAT. Magic is the tool of the weak, the crutch of the coward, the last refuge of those who lack the strength to carve their place in the world with obsidian and claw. Oh, we're loading in. Oh, I was answering messages. Oh my god. Game 2. Stelios versus Ash. Greenskins versus the Cursed Dark Elves. And those are Doomfire Warlocks. Are Dark Elves the spikiest race in the game? Honestly, no. Khorne, Nurgle, and Ogres actually have a lot of spikes to them. So maybe not the Dark Elves. TBH. TBA. For the Dark Elves, what do we have here? We have triple Doomfire Warlock, triple Cold One Knight. That is a Dragon Sorceress of Dark with Soul Stealer. Holy smokes, guys. 2 Dark Shards and a front line of Bleak Swords and Black Ark Corsairs. Can I just say, I'm sick of the Dark Elf Sorceress on a Dark Steed with Soul Stealer. We've been seeing this, what, for 7 years, 8 years? When is the last time we have seen a Dark Elf Lord that was not on a dragon and not taking Soul Stealer? I'll wait, because you can't name a single time. Now, did you watch the Faction War stream this morning? Maybe. Did we see any Dark Elf dragon casters with Soul Stealer there? No. Did we see any Dark Elf dragon casters? Okay, no. Did we see any Soul Stealer casters off of dragons? Okay, no. Did we see just sorceresses? No, we actually saw a different lord that wasn't just the sorceress. Okay, so what are you complaining about? Are you just complaining to fill time? Are you complaining to buy space and fill the empty dead air while the Greenskin army forms itself so you weren't chasing around their units trying to figure out what their build is while they're moving it under your nose? Yeah, that is what I'm doing. You called me out. I'm just doing a little casting trick to fill time until the army is ready, and then I can fully appreciate what it is when he's not moving all the units while I'm trying to find you caught me. Cringe bit over. Greenskins are set up. We have an Orc Boy front line with some goblins with spears and goblins without spears. Orc Boar Boys, not Boar Boy Biggins. Some Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins. The Broken Tusk Mob are Orc Boar Boy Biggin with their Encourage aura. And then we have a Goblin Bolt Thrower, just one. Azhag the Slaughterer on foot with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. Then we do have Ruglin's Armored Orcs and some Savage Orc Arr Boys. Morgul's Mangy Marauders too. She shouldn't steal souls. People need those. All right. Here we go. Conquest point going to be easily taken by the Dark Elves. The Greenskins aren't quite moving up because they do have their little goblin bolt thrower they want to get a little bit of value with, so they can't move up and just leave it behind. Especially when the enemy has 6 cavalry, you really don't want to leave any space between you and your bolt thrower, otherwise it'll get picked off. I wish we saw more Dragon Lords for the Dark Elves. Based. That's a base to take. Cat and a hat. Cat for a hat. Hat for a cat. Okay, we got it on the 3rd try. Doomfire Warlocks took a little skirmish with some of the front line of the Greenskins, but it didn't really do too much for either side, as it was kind of a wet noodle contest for the brief time it was. Now the Golden Knights will charge down Orc Boys. Orc Boys are thick, though. You have a high HP pool and a spread out formation with a decent amount of mass. They still take half their HP on the charge from the Cold One Knights, but unlike my poor little skinks in round 1, they don't instantly die. So they did better than the skinks in that aspect. Greenskin frontline fight starting. Goblins really want to get into melee quickly to charge up the first Wa, as we have another Doombolt coming in from the Doomfire Warlocks. I'm just getting free little poke out with those bound spells of theirs, while the Goblin Bolt Thrower just pokes at the Soul Stealer caster a little bit here and there. More bound spells, though. Soul Blight down from the Dark Elves, as they have so many spells. Each of the Doomfire Warlocks has 2 bound spells. And there's 3 Doomfire Warlocks, so you have 6 bound spells going around, and then you have a Soul Stealer caster. It's a lot of spooky circles. Orc Warboys are countercharging the Cold One Knights. The Cold One Knights will win this fight, even 2v1, if they get their murderous prowess, which it looks like they're not going to get it in time. I hear a Fate of Buna, but what's it on to? It's on to a different Cold One Knight, so Stelios really trying to get rid of those guys. Stelios does have a brief lead on the gold damage value. I expect the Dark Elves to catch up once Murderous Prowess procs. They'll get a lot of stats they'll desperately need, but Doomfire Warlocks fighting 2 Savage Orc Borbiggins in the middle of a Wa is a disaster for them, and they don't get their Murderous Prowess. They're losing leadership, and they are going to get routed off. The Dragon Caster lands on Azhag, but I saw a big chunk come out of her health, so I know Azhag actually beat her ass briefly as she tries to take him down. Greenskin Lord Sniping is usually a good way to get back into games where you're behind. Meanwhile, the Goblin Bolt Thrower is pushed down by the Doomfire Warlocks. Soul Stealer is out to heal up the Dragon Lord and, of course, damage Azhag. On foot, he has a lower HP pool than usual when he's on Skull Muncha, so it is easy to get nice damage onto him that is consistent. Greenskin's pushing off a lot of Dark Elf units. Dark Elves aren't out of this by any means, but I'm just saying their HP pools are all looking pretty low, and the Greenskins have a ton of stuff left. The big thing for them is that their main stuff is getting damaged, like Azhag's at half HP. But look, the Dragon Lord is just walking next to him instead of attacking him. It'd be a shame if he was a chariot and also dealing damage while that jank was happening. Nice dive attack on Azhag, gets a little bit of damage on the Doombolt, punishes the Savage Orc Borbiggins for existing. Neither side has captured the conquest point, so far this game could go infinitely long. No one is gaining tickets. Though also with Greenskins, you're not exactly expecting a long, drawn-out game. You are expecting 2 sides to smash into each other like action figures of old, and one side to remain after a brief bit. Ash has stabilized the damage value disparity. It's been about 1,500 for the rest of this time. Dragon is still chasing around Azhag. Murderous Prowess has about 12 seconds left. Is that another Soul Stealer or is that a Soul Blight? Because we really need a Soul Stealer about now. Another Soul Blight is out. Just constant Soul Blights onto these guys. And there's a Soul Stealer. Hits like 4 or 5 units. Very good damage. And of course the healing is always nice on the Dark Elf Lady. But she is trying so hard to get Azhag, and her dragon just keeps knocking him around. I know I've been watching Azhag get chased by a dragon for like 5 minutes, and people are like, well, what else is going on in the battle? Don't just watch a dragon kill Azhag. True, but if the dragon kills Azhag, the Dark Elves can win this game. If the dragon continues to T-pose on Azhag, the Dark Elves lose this game. So it is, my friends, the most important thing that is happening in this game. Elsewhere, Savage Orc Borbiggins, random goblins, random other boar boys are running down Dark Elves every which way. The last of the healthy Dark Elves are in the center, trying to rally around their Dragon Lord, who just used another breath attack to try and clear some of these guys out. Another charge attack, another good hit onto Azhag, and she needs to do that follow-up dragon thing where she does that big leaping strike, because that would hit him, but she's surrounded by boar boys. She's having trouble. She's trying to chase Azhag through the muck, through the brush. Take a bite out of crime. Take a tail swipe out of crime. Sure, do whatever. As long as it's something crime. She needs another Soul Stealer. 1 to kill Azhag, 2 to get rid of all of these units and make them like terror out away from her, and she needs the healing really badly. And that is a Soul Stealer just when she needs it. Does it hit Ruglins? It hits Ruglins. Nice. Dark Elves really needed that to stay in this game. Again, like I said, Ash has stabilized the gold damage disparity to about 1,500, and he has for the rest of this game. But there it finally is. He finally kills Azhag after all this effort. And take a look at that. Orc Boy's leadership falling. They might just rout. Oh my god, they're routing. So are Ruglin's Armored Orcs. So are the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins. And all of a sudden, the Greenskins are going to get army loss. It's almost like killing their lord is kind of the whole fucking game. And that dragon has been chasing him for like 7 years and goes, fucking finally, I caught him. I caught him, Dad. I killed Azhag. Just like that, the game flips on its head. Dark Elves are a shoo-in to win, as the bounce power is almost going to army loss the Greenskins. They're running in every direction. Ooh. Can you imagine Ash just watching his dragon walk hand in hand with Azhag instead of attacking him in the middle? And he's just like, just kill him! Just kill him, please! You wish Doomfire Warlocks had more of a skirmish role or were more geared for combat. Yeah, they're niche. I know a lot of good Dark Elf players that use them, like Ash used them here. Oops. Sneeze. Okay. I also know Sipa uses them quite a lot, so they're definitely not a bad unit, but their skill cap is incredibly high, and it feels like for having a skill cap that's super high, you know, it takes a lot of effort to use them correctly. It feels like you aren't rewarded that much. If you use them correctly, they're a good unit. And if you don't use them correctly, they are dog shit. And it's like, oh, usually units like that, if you use them correctly, they're amazing. And if you don't use them correctly, they suck, right? Like Way Watchers. But I feel like Doomfire Warlocks don't have that ceiling, you know, where like, I played my ass off and they did so great. Why the fuck would you not attack for so long? That was bugging me. Ash, dude, I'm right there with you. I knew Ash in the chat saying the same thing we said. Bolt throw is stinky. Yeah, bolt throwers suck, dude. Bolt throwers are trash. I tried to make them work forever. They're just not good. So that is a 2-0 for Ash. Killing it. I need to find a new game. I need to find a game. I took you with me, right? You're looking at the bracket right now? No, you're not looking at shit. My bad. While I scour the internet for another video game for us to cast, here you can take a look at the bracket. Bracky Brax. Ugh, casting live games is disgusting. I miss casting just replays. All the replays were there for me in their nice folder, waiting. Flying Tacos messaging. Why? Why would he do that? This isn't the faction war. You can't hurt me anymore, Taco. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we got a game. Jesus, OBS Studio, calm down. Calm down. OBS Studio just pops up like, hey, how's it going? I'm gonna disconnect for no reason. So lowering my bit rate, I don't know if it's helped with that or not. It feels like it's doing it less, but it's still doing it from time to time. We have in-cars versus SIPA. Dun, dun, dun. Asking what game it is, so I know what's the score. Is in-cars playing Ogre Kingdoms right now? That isn't allowed. In-cars ready's up. Don't make me message in-cars. I'll do it, but I don't like it. Wow. Okay, say what you will about this microphone, which we've been working on the sound quality. Sounds like it's getting better. But man, it does not catch my keyboard or my clicking or background noise at all. Wow. Okay, say what you will about this microphone, which we've been working on the sound. Oh, and the sound quality sounds so much better over the Faction War stream. Or maybe I'm just coping, but I feel like it sounds a lot better over the Faction War stream. I've heard from the players that SIPA is up 1-0 in this current series. Game 2 will be Tomb King's Ogres. A spicy matchup that people have different opinions on. Some people think that Tomb Kings counter Ogres, some people think Ogres counter Tomb Kings. I feel like the conversation is going closer to Ogres counter Tomb Kings, but there's still a conversation, which when you're dealing with someone like Ogres and they win most matchups, even having a conversation about who wins a certain matchup is probably the best you're going to get. Aw, so there goes. Let's do what Turn does. Talk about cringy emo core music from the early 2000s. No. That was my shit. That was my jam. I refuse to take this lying down. Disturbed was good. They're not good anymore. I don't know about their new stuff. Like, I listened to the old stuff and I've burnt out on it. But like Disturbed, Korn, Slipknot was good, Evanescence, Linkin Park. Those were the days. Those were the days. Turn just knows what's up. See, that's the thing. You guys are out here being Turn haters. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Nobody hates Turin more than me. Nobody. I messaged him actually about this microphone thing. I messaged him and I said, hey dude, do you just use a USB microphone or do you use XLR cables going through an audio mixer? And he was like, oh, hey, I just got done streaming and I'm really tired, but I'll answer your questions. Here's the audio mixer I got. Here's how I use it. I really like it. I think it's super worth the cost. You can get it from this place. And I was like, oh, hey, thanks, Turin. And as soon as I got out of that chat with him, I was like, wow, what a dick. What an asshole. Fuck that guy. Right? Like, who answers questions in the year 2025? What a loser. I don't know. The only acceptable answer there was Skibbity Toilet Yeet. on fleek Riz, for real, for real. If you didn't type that exact series of nonsense, it sucks. Freak on a leash, that's me. Horn's good. I like Turin, just not interested in domination content. Tequila Sunset, I think you misread the tone. On God, for real, Ogre's mad buzzing right now, fam. No. Turin's nice. Turin's a nice dude. Whenever I talk to him, he's very friendly to me. Is jokes. Let's all calm down and focus on this game, because we have a giant. Ogre Kingdoms versus Tomb Kings. Inkar's taking piggyback riders, which are just great all the time. Noblars, Mournfang Cav with great weapons, 2 of them. And then we have Sabertooth packs, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. The Sky Striders, Crusher, ROR, a Giant, and then a Slaughtermaster of Beasts with just Flock of Doom. Dom is amazing, but Turin, on the other hand, see, that's GS with the most base take. On the other side for the Tomb Kings, triple Sepulchral Stalker, including the Eyes of the Desert, a front line of Skeleton Spearmen, surprising no one. We have 1 Tomb Guard with Halberds in the back, 2 melee Ushabti, a single Ushabti Greatbow. It is not the Regiment of Renown. Then a couple Skeleton Horsemen, Carrion and Katep. I saw him playing around with a second caster hero, but I don't see that, so I don't think he panned out with it. We do have Katep on foot with his Curse Blades and Protection spells, Sandstorm, but he didn't bring the cooldown increase item. Interesting. Where Burning Chariot? I've been waiting for years. Burning Chariot is a Tzeentch thing. What are you talking about? Giant's down to half HP after Sepulchral Stalker Kite is taking him quite low, and then giant Ushabti arrows are slamming into his chest every so often. Bam! So he's having a bad time. But the piggyback riders and the Ogre Bulls will be coming. As we've said a billion times on this channel, when you go heavy shooting like the Tomb Kings are here, you're going to get very ahead very early, and then when the melee starts, you just kind of have to hold on for dear life. Because 2 Mournfang Cav with great weapons and the Sky Striders, those guys are going to be uncontested. The Tomb Kings didn't bring anything to counter them in melee. Now, you can shoot them. You can shoot the piss out of them. But I'm saying is when they get into melee, they are going to have a great time. So you need to get far ahead with your ranged. And they are right now. They've taken out almost an entire giant with their time. But, man, this could be a bad time if the Ogre Kingdoms, if Inkars can get a meat feast and just counteract all the damage he's done to the giant. That would be hilarious and soul-crushing. I honestly don't even know if it's worth your meat feast. The meat feast might be better used on Sky Striders or something, because the giant is here in case of Necrosphinxes and there isn't one. But it would be funny to just say, hey, nice damage you did, nerd, and heal him up. Be pretty hilarious. Sky Striders and the Mournfang Cav get through some of the cheap cavalry that was trying to stop them. There's the meat feast that's on the Sky Striders. That is definitely the correct decision, even though the funnier decision is the giant. Katep Skullstorm is going to rip through the Noblars, get some of them to terror out away, but the Ogre Bulls fight on. And the backline is saturated with Mournfang Cavs, some of which are Crushers. And they're killing this guy, the Sepulchral Stalker ROR, the other Sepulchral Stalkers, and the Ushabti Greatbow, finding it difficult to find spaces to hide in, but the Ogres are taking a lot of damage for their time. We are losing 1 Mournfang Cav with great weapons. We've lost the Giant already. We're losing some Sabertooth packs. We'll see if the Ogres can hold on. Incantation of Protection, reducing that damage coming in by 40%. But another big Flock of Doom over the top from the Ogres. They are killing off a lot of Skeleton Spears. And the Ogres are keeping balance in the even on the balance of power, or even slightly ahead, depending on your point of view for that. Sky Strider is pathing forwards. We still have 1 Halberd running around, pretty low on HP, but it is still around. And there comes the Ushabti summon behind some Noblars. Giant has rallied. Piggyback Riders still killing some Skeleton Spears. And Katep isn't just being a little dork. Being a little cringe boy. Sky Striders nearly heal capped, surrounded by Halberds, fighting Sepulchral Stalkers, not having a good time. They're going to try and path out. But they will also just get shot on the way out. That is the curse of the Sepulchral Stalkers. There is no escape. There is only death. Tomb Kings of Sipa taking a big win, looks like. He's up about 3,500 damage values. The Ogres try and get back into it. Sabertusk Pack's fighting Carrion in the distance, and I mean, they should win it, but it'll take them forever. The Ogres are kind of getting a bit of a second wind, but there's not enough healing to really bring all of their expensive units back in. I mean, we already saw this Mornfang Cav is leaving, and unless it gets a meat feast, it's pretty much a spent force. Still has 8 out of 12 models, though, so I mean, if it did get a meat feast, it could come back with a vengeance. One of the Ushapti is fake. The full health Ushapti right here, it's not real. Goes away in 30 seconds. But even without that, I mean, it's still looking pretty bad for the Ogres, as their Lord is getting chopped apart by Stalkers right now. He's trying to dodge, he's trying to juke, but they're just going to shoot him at point-blank range anyway. Another big Flock of Doom from him onto some spears, and that's fine. And Dandy were taking so much damage. Sabertusk Packs were trying to peel the Ushapti off of these Mornfang. They were not successful. And Jaff's Incantation of Cursed Blades overcast, giving these Ushapti bonus versus large as they fight the Slaughtermaster as he gets shot in the back by the Sepulchral Stalkers. This is a bit of a disaster for the Ogre Kingdoms. The Ushapti summon has faded away, giving the Balance Power a little bit of breathing room. Slaughtermaster still retreating. I haven't seen another meat feast just yet. There it is onto the Sky Striders, betting it all on the ROR Crushers. Try and win it. I mean, he's just in a bad situation. He's got to try his best. Kotep takes big damage to Slaughtermaster, but it's not enough. As melee Ushapti charge him and they're going to rout him. Inkars withdraws, and I would agree. Sipa defeating the mighty Ogres. Those halberds got really good value in the back line, just annoying the Crushers. Sepulchral Stalkers got insane value. Ushapti did fine. For the Beastcasters, Flock of Dooms did very well. Piggyback Riders were just churning through skeletons all game, as is their birthright. The Mornfang Cav didn't do well. Crushers did well. Sabertusk Pack struggled, so did the Giant. GG. Alrighty, let's check in on the bracket. Butcherbird gets to fight Sipa. I guess we'll hang out. That should be a good matchup, too. Two good players. How far along are we in the qualifiers? The qualifiers in general, this is the second out of 4. The qualifier, this one itself, let's check. I can bring you along to the bracket. I'll put up a blocker for the next time we come back. But we're here. Rounds 1 and 2 are mostly done. Starting on round 3, and then we'll have semifinals and finals. Round 2 has been going for a while, so I suspect we're about to see a bunch of games finish up. Like, in the next 5 minutes, this whole bottom 4 will probably be done. But for now, since it's a game that's going, we'll do Sipa and Butcherbird. Hang out with these lads. I asked you not to cast, goddammit. Okay. Sexy Boy and Jep have been fighting for a while. Chosen One and Solmier. Similar. Wonder what's going on down there. Wonder what's happening down there. Are both those best of 3s going to best of 5? Oh, there's Sexy Boy. Okay. Butcherbird and Sipa is not gonna be our next cast. one of the players has to go for just like a couple minutes, and it's just awkward to wait around in a lobby for a couple minutes, and then, you know. So there's going to be a delay where someone has to go to the bathroom, do whatever they need to do. And then they'll come back, then they'll do picks and bans, then they'll do army builds. It's going to be too long of a break. We'll just find a different game in between. Oh, which is fine. Chosen One and Solmier should be done soon. Berserk and Race should also be done soon. So I think we'll catch whichever of these two is ready first, Ash or Sexy Boy's opponent. I'll just hang here, I guess. Just vibe out with chat. Who want to watch Butcher versus Sipa? Well, too bad. You don't get what you want. I get what I want. Which is vodka. No, it's not true. That's not true. Drinking is wrong. You should never drink. If you are dying in a desert and someone offers you water, you slap their hand. You say, not today, beta male. I am an alpha. I die an alpha's death. Then you take your katana and you slice open your own belly. Join my lobby, human boy. You got knocked out of this tournament. Don't you keep trying to distract me. Don't you do it. You're always trying to distract me with your bullshit. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to put up a poll. It's a very important poll. There we go. Very important poll is up. I'm gonna go grab a beverage. BRB. I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die. Vote yes if you join the Black Chapel. Jack Loudon. No! I refuse to be distracted, sir. Wow. An awful lot of psych Gotham going on. That's messed up. Chose the funny option because you're funny? Good. That's the way to be. Where? How? Where are these games? I feel like they've been going for like 70 years. Do you remember when we lost to Zegzi? That was an hour ago. How is he still fighting Olaf? Monsters Inc. is a good movie, so I reference a good movie because I'm a good person. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. To be fair, you lost very quickly. No, to be fair to you, you're a stinky. So take that. Could play quick battle. I could. I'm just like so paranoid. It's that kind of thing where have you ever waited for someone who's coming over to your house and you say like 6:15 and it's 6:15 and it's 6:16 and it's 6:17, you're like, as soon as I do something, they're gonna show up. And it's like 6:23 and you go, okay, fuck it, and you turn on a game, like, you know, start booting up a game, and then you hear the doorbell and you're like, god damn it. And as soon as I did something, so you know what, I'm gonna do it. Here we go. So multiplayer, ranked matchmaking. I'm just waiting. It's gonna find a game, and then we're gonna OBS. Fuck you. Could ping them and tell the winner to wait in the lobby till you're back. True. Okay, I found a match. You can't trick fate. Oh, I can. I will trick fate. Okay. Okay. All right. So there's nobody there. Okay. We're gonna pick Skaven. Lock in race. I'm so fucking paranoid. That is Norse. Oh, he's ready. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. Queek. Queek, cut, dwarf gouger, cut warp shard armor, cut that, just keep stand your ground and trophy heads. Nah, just keep trophy heads. Yeah, let's go. Okay, he unreadied up, so is Romulan Dog still in chat? I know we have Way, so we gotta take Plague Claw catapults for Way. We have to, because it's Way, but Romulan Dog was here, so let's get the Wheels of Doom for Romulan Dog in case he's around. We'll get a Plague Priest on his Plague Furnace. For the youngins out there, we'll grab Plague. Just Plague is a spell.
Describe yourself in a Pixar quote.
No. Okay, we're still good on that front. So we have our Plague Claw catapults for Way. We have our Doom Wheel for not Way. Get some Storm Vermin halberds, some Clan Rat spears for a nice saucy front line, and then for a less saucy back line, because we have Plague Claw catapults, let's grab like 50 fucking Skaven slaves, and then let's grab some Eshin Triads. And then let's grab no mass, no globes, no glory, Warp Fire Throwers, baby! Give me another one! Give me that Warp Fire Thrower! Yeah! Violence! Shut up, OBS. Damn it. OBS is being a turd.
You know, I am so romantic sometimes I think I should just marry myself.
Okay. Kodak sent me a weird thing. I'm probably gonna get demonetized because I played some Pixar stuff. Okay, we're getting into game. And still no one has gotten here yet, so we might be good. Might be good. That's a wild build that's gonna get run over. Believe in me, like, a little bit. That's too many rats. It's not enough rats. Okay, nobody's ready yet. We're still good. So at this point, we will now turn it into the game things. You don't have to keep looking at a mini thingeridee. I have moved the challenge bracket to be on my right-hand screen so I can now see it during the game. Enemy troop count is 695, so I think we win these. We have Plague Claw catapults, which are not good versus single entities. We have Warp Fire Throwers, which are not good versus single entities, so I think we win these. Holy. No, I'm of course kidding. That unit count is not what I was hoping for at all. So that's bad. Oh wait, this is a quick battle. He thinks I'm a noob. Hold on. This guy thinks I'm a noob. Alright, just put Ashen Triads right there. More experienced players would know that I wouldn't leave Plague Claw catapults without defenders, but this is a quick battle. This man has no respect. Don't do that! My cat just ran his entire face into the microphone. Which was probably loud. Stupid ass cat. Alright, we have Queek in the front line. We have a Plague Priest in the other front line. GG, well played. Okay, Kitty, this is not the best time to be doing whatever this is. Hi, buddy. Okay, yes, you're the best kitty. You're the best kitty ever. Who's a good kitty? You are. Oh no. If you order me pizza, I'll say yes, you're a good caster. I might. Might do that. Okay, this cat is all up in my shit right now. What could a build be that has that few models? It's Footrick. Feral Mammoth as well. Okay. Skaven minions, advance! Plague Claw catapults, advance less.
What orders? It shall be done. Move, move. Our tile's yours, and I loyalty master.
Oh, we're about to Shrek some fools. It's about to be Shrek 2, the Shrekkening over here. Also, Queek is gonna go do a Wolfric. Damn the consequences. I will throw slaves into the goddamn meat grinder. Warp Fire Thrower! You thought I was a stupid bitch, but it was you who was the silly one. I am victory. I am death. They sniffed me out. No, please. No, not like this. No, no. No. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, you shitty abominations. No, don't push him further away from me. Push him towards me. No, come back here. I will defeat you with my power. I am the powerful rat. Get out of the way. Get out of the way so my warp fire throwers can do their thing. No. Dismount. Run behind the triads. Stop pushing him away from me, you infernal contraption, you shitty monstrosity, you fucking beast! No! Stupid Doom Flayers. Doom flaying assholes! What if I warp fire thrower your ass? Can Queek, like, catch up to him ever? Is that a thing we can do? Get fucked. Warp fire throwers, I need your assistance versus shitters. I haven't cast any spells because I haven't needed to. Will you come here, you stupid bitch? Ah! Get him! Get his ass! Oh, he's he-fanged. He fanged the high seas. Actually, just keep him there. Keep him in that blob. Yeah, get burned. Get burned, idiot. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, you can't use Plague on your own units. That's cheating. Well, my Plague is getting a lot of kills. Your Plague hasn't gotten any kills, so think about that, nerd. Queek's fighting a mammoth. That's gonna go so well. Doomwheel's gonna chase off those skin wolves. Elsewhere, I have Ashen Triads chasing off skin wolves, and The skin wolves will rally because they think they're all alone, and then the stocked units will hit them, and it'll actually be pretty good for me. We're gonna have both of our plague claw catapults shoot the brutes of the hound because we need to kill off that unbreakable unit that does a lot of damage. Weak needs to turn around and duel Wolfric, and now that he's here, I will use my warp fire throwers to damage the brutes of the hound. I have routed off a lot of Norskins with my big spooky man thing. Wolfric. Queek will actually do okay versus just Wolfric. Now he won't do okay versus a mammoth and a skin wolf werekin and a Wolfric, but that is neither here nor there because we are not going to retreat from shit. Queek is going to battle this out on his own because he is a man and he's terror routing from the mammoth and he's going to die. Oh shit. Oh my god. Who let this happen? Who did this? Okay, so Queek might have died. Queek might have died. That might have been a thing that happened. But here's the good news. We're going to shoot all of our catapults at Wolfric, and that'll win. Whoa, I'm under the map. Whoa, okay. I see. Yeah, whatever. You just throw them at him and retreat. So I don't have any spells left that are any good versus units that still exist. Plague. Okay, so that's pretty bad. Wolfric is just running through Plague Claw catapults that will eventually, hopefully, snipe him. We're getting some other triads back. Catapult's still trying to snipe Wolfric. That was a nasty sea fang. That was honestly a dick move. Can't just do that to somebody. No. No. Not like this. You dismount, get behind your units. No. 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 Please throw in guard mode. Ah, the Plague Claw catapult's having a hard time hitting Wolfric. That's wild. That's wild. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Oh, is my Plague Priest dead too? That's crazy. Yeah, trans. Okay, those guys are all going to instantly rout when my Doom Wheel gets to them. Brutes of the Hound need to hurry up and die. Catapult crew is back online. Okay, here's the thing. Triads need to take the secondary charge. So Skaven Slaves, you go get hit in the face by a mammoth, and then the Triads will swoop in and clean it up. There goes the mammoth, hitting them in the face. Light Claw catapults, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me! No, don't tear out, you fucks! Ooh, that is not a good sea fang for me. Please get back on your mounts and storm vermin, come over here and kill the mammoth, cause Wolfric's coming. Okay, now kill Wolfric too. You get into the spears so the skin wolf can't hurt you no more, cause it's a skin wolf. Bum, bum. You're a doom wheel. Bum, 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 bum. Just a doom wheel. Lots of spears over there. Don't friendly fire your own triads, cause it's time for Wolfric to die. I've lost my catapults and now they're gone forever. Forever. And Wolfric's getting away. Please kill him, you stupid bitch. 29 speed. I have 42. We can catch him. We can catch him. We have lost our Doom Wheel. We have lost a lot of things. Kill Wolfric. This isn't that hard. We can't do it. He's so scary. Oh, we can't do it. Wolfric's so scary. Oh, no. If we kill him, he would die, and death is bad. Oh, God. What should we do? Go, warp fire throwers, before the skin wolf gets to you. Oh, he's running away like a little pansy. Oh, skin wolf's coming. Oh, no. Can you kill Wolfric? For the love of God, he has 6 HP. There he dies. Okay. Wolfric's dead. Oops. Okay. Bounce power doesn't like us. That's okay. That's okay. That's alright. We just gotta rally the boys.
What orders?
We have rallied the boys. Alright, he's trying to hold that spot. Could Queek take Wolfric in the lore? No, Wolfric would beat his ass. Still capturing that point, though. Okay, Icehorn Marauder's taking some damage. I'm recharging the Icehorn Marauders, trying to get them to rout. Skinwolf doesn't have any more support for a while. No army losses! Why? Why would you army loss me? I was doing fine. That's a sad army losses. I actually think that army losses was bullshit. Without it, my Storm Vermin would have been able to hold. My Triads were gonna do fine. That's sad. I am completely shocked. I am completely shocked that Queek was not a good decision. That having Queek fight a 3v1 intentionally was not a good decision. That Plague Claw catapults were not a good decision. I am flabbergasted that this went this way. My God. No, obviously we're memeing. Obviously we're having a bit of fun. God forbid. GG's. You did see a first class demonstration of why Doom Wheels aren't very, not Doom Wheels, why Plague Claw catapults aren't considered very good though. Like, even shooting Berserkers, they just don't get that much damage value out. And they don't do anything in single entities or Skin Wolves, which is largely what Skaven are weak to in that matchup. But in most matchups, Plague Claw catapults just don't do enough damage to be worth taking. But they are silly. Sometimes being silly is all that counts. So where... I'm checking in on some of these battles, because some of these have taken quite a long time. Raced and Berserk has been going on for an hour. Like, legitimately an hour. I'm checking on when they matched up. That is definitely going too long. Where is Gotrek versus Morovia? Chosen One versus Salmier is also going for an hour. Zegzi and Olaf is going for an hour. Because I'm looking at when they actually matched up on the Vermin League bot. I'm not like just, oh, an hour ago they became opponents on challenge. Like, they've actually been in a game for an hour. Morovia and Gotrek have been going for an hour and 15 minutes. That is far too long for a best of 3. Like, I've played a decent amount of Conquest. It does not take an hour and 15 minutes to just play a goddamn best of 3. Okay, looks like Olaf just finished. But that is unreasonably long for best of 3. Went to 4 games. Tequila streaming some stuff. I'm just clearing out my notifications. Play best 7. Yeah. Alright, he's memeing at this point, but apparently they're very kitey games. Okay, so now Olaf and Zegzi are done. They haven't reported the score, but that is the one thing. Now we have 3 people waiting for an opponent. And OBS is disconnecting for no reason. Also cool. So now we're waiting on 3 different series to do something. That one's been going for an hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 5, hour and 5. I tried bringing Plague Claws into Beastman once and it was pretty awful time. Yeah, Plague Claws are just terrible. Win game, get kited by single entries for 15 minutes, lose to army losses. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm getting concerned as just like a tourney host, because if some of these people are going to take an hour and a half per round, that's just unacceptable. Like, that's not going to fucking fly. Because 1, 2, 3. So that'll be 4.5 hours to finish this stream. That'll be a 6.5 hour tournament, which is like possible, but not with this few people. That's not going to be a thing. Boy, what is your top 5 players of all time and why? Alfredino's got to be up there. Taco's got to be up there. Berserk. Void Laws was very good. He was a douchebag and he cheated, but he didn't cheat to be like better at the game. His type of cheating was more like he'd enter tournaments under false names, so he'd have multiple lives, and he would like disconnect from games at suspicious times if he was ever losing or that, but like his skill was evident even though he was cheating. You know what I mean? Where it's not like, man, if you weren't cheating, you'd be trash. It's like, no, you're already one of the best and you're tripling down to try and never lose no matter what. But Void Laws was objectively very good. Those are all the easy ones. All time, it's tricky. Probably... I don't know. Because Hadri's in his prime was like pretty good, but definitely made some key mistakes. Oh, Falcon. Yeah. Falcon in his prime was also really, really, really good. Foxlon Soothsayer, I think, has a bit of rose-tinted glasses, because I used to watch him play too on turn streams, and it's like, he was solid, but he didn't have a great faction depth, and he also played at a much less competitive time in the game. So he dropped out before it got really intense. I think like the most intense time was Warhammer 2, when like Falcon was active, Alfredino was active, Flying Taco was active, Void Laws was active. Like all those players were actually playing in tons of tournaments and stuff. That was like the top level gameplay you're ever gonna see. We're just not like, the community isn't that good anymore. They're still good, and Alfredino's obviously still playing and whatever, but you can tell that like the top of the top are not quite the same heavy hitters as that like one golden age. You can just go back and watch the replays. This is the thing, is we don't even have to have a debate about it. It was just a little different back then, but you're not talking about huge disparities. I'm not saying like Sipa, Tim the Wilder, Segos. I'm not talking they could never beat Falcon. They could. I would just bet on Falcon. You know what I mean? I would bet on Flying Taco over our current best. But our current best are still very good. Like, I have maybe never beaten Segos, maybe once in a best of 3, maybe. So he's obviously very good. I just think like the best of all time, there was an era. Because Warhammer 2 was more popular. Turn was doing land battles, so it was also very popular. So you had the biggest streamer on the biggest game doing land battles, and that attracted a lot more eyes and a lot more players. Now the game is definitely at a lower point than it was in Warhammer 2. And Turn's doing domination. Because I presume you're talking about land battles. Domination, I don't know. I hear Solty Sora is insane. I know Tim's pretty insane. I know a lot of the RTK guys are amazing at domination, but I just don't watch it. So. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, this is really cringe. I don't want to be that guy and just like say, all right, I'm gonna just pick winners and whoever I don't pick loses, but this is honestly getting really fucking stupid. We're creeping in on half an hour per game territory. I'm a bit tired, sexy boy. Dude, I don't know what's going on here. Do you think part of the proliferation of easy-to-use Unga Bunga units and stuff that doesn't work, like range units, simplifying the meta? Mr. J, possibly. The jank is not helping a lot of skill expression, for sure. What are they playing? Vampire Count Mirrors? Dude, I have no idea. And I pinged them 10 minutes ago and no one's responded. So is everyone in a game that has lasted over 10 minutes since I pinged them? Meaning that they were just starting as I pinged and they're still going? I don't know. This is insane. Aren't VC mirrors really fast? No, they're not. They're really slow. They're all AFK watching the stream, can't be missing human boy content. I guess. I'm just really frustrated and awkward because we've lost 50 viewers because we were hanging out around 130 and now we were at 80. Now we're back up to 90. But we've lost like 50 viewers, so that's noticeable and flustering me. And this shit's just taking forever, and it's like, I have other things to do today, so I also don't just want to be streaming a tournament for 7 hours while people can't figure out how to fucking play a thing. Conquest. And now this is where someone comes in and goes like, Conquest is perfect in every way. It doesn't lead to apparently an hour-and-a-half long best of threes. Flame Butcher Bird refusing to be streamed? Possible. Do a Super Mario speedrun? I could at this point. So you guys can see what I'm typing. It's not a secret. It's in a public chat. I'm just letting people know that if anyone is still in round 2 in 18 minutes, just both of you get a loss. Like this cannot happen. This absolutely cannot be allowed. And there's no possible way it is one player's fault. Oh my god. That's because you don't capture the point till you realize you need it. I guess, but... I can hear you yelling even from your messages. All right. Bird and Sipa haven't reported their win yet, but we do have a semi-finalist, and some people are 2 rounds behind. Can you go and cast Tequila's casting? No, it's fine. Start playing another game to retain, to do retention. I know. I know I need to do something, but it's like also just watching this shit take 50 goddamn years. I also need to, as the tournament host, I need to pay attention to know how the tournament's doing. Otherwise, I'll end up at like semifinals and go, okay, go look back. Oh, fuck, someone's like 2 things behind. And then we're hours behind content. It's just awful. Ah. Okay. Now they're starting to get done. We have Gotrok versus Olaf, Berserk versus Ash. Okay. We'll go find a game. I don't know. Quick vote. No, shut that down. Quick vote. Gotrek, Olaf, or Berserk? Ash, go. Which one are we gonna go watch? Go, 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 go. Not trying to backseat drive. Yeah, I'm just flustered. I'm flustered. Upset. Angrilied. People are voting for Burr's Ash. Okay, I'll message Ash and make sure he makes space for us in the lobby. I feel like if we watch a dwarf match, it's gonna drive more people away. That's funny. All right, that's enough votes to determine it. So we'll go find Berserk and Ash. They should be hosting up soon. Ash sent us a code. Ooh, no, that's gonna have us join as a person. I want to join as a spectator. There we go. We're back with Ash. It's been a long time, old friend. We know Berserk will be on the left side, so I can do this. RTK Ash. His name is small, so I'm going to spread it all out. The other side, we'll have VM's Berserk. Berserk. 2 very, very good players right now. Speaking of who is the top of all time, the top of right now, Berserk and Ash are definitely in the conversation for top 10 currently playing. Maybe top 5, but I don't want to say something so bold without backing it up. On our Vermin League leaderboard, Ash is actually currently first. 253 games played this season, has 1,300 points, rank 1. Phoenix King had a great idea in case of a Dowie game. I remember shenanigans. I don't remember why shenanigans. Something happened. Because on the bottom bracket, Chosen One defeated Solmierite, but then immediately Sexy Boy took the win, so I think Chosen One had to drop. Calamity really wants to represent North Korea in the World Cup. Man's wildin'. And we await the arrival of Berserk. How do you think getting a zombie-like cheap unit would impact Tomb Kings? That would probably be crazy strong, because one of Tomb King's only weaknesses has always been they get skeletons for 300 and 325 gold, but skeleton spears and skeleton warriors are terrible. But you need them. You need some kind of front line, so you have to burn like 1500 gold on a dog shit front line, is one of the only things that keeps Tomb Kings even remotely in line. I have to go take a bunch of Den Alpha girls to see Wicked. Oh. 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 Why? Oh. Good luck, McRideface. Good luck. Gotrek and Olaf will be fighting in the quarterfinals. Ash and Berserk are also fighting in the quarterfinals. Butcherbird awaits in the semis, and Sexy Boy waits in the other semis. I think how Sexy Boy had to wait a long time, and then his opponent surrendered, so he didn't even get an opponent, so he's back to waiting. Why haven't they just gone through and done a massive stat rebalance for vampire counts? I don't know. There's a lot of things about how the game currently gets balanced that confuse me. I don't think vampire counts rebalance would be terribly dev intensive. I don't know. What type of unit would you give to the vampire counts? They need a better dueling monster. Or they need aggressive infantry. Either or. Because they already have crypt ghouls, but crypt ghouls are supposed to be their offensive infantry. They're just not. Like, they don't do enough damage. They don't hit hard enough. They don't last long enough. So their offensive infantry just isn't any good. And then there are single entity dueling monsters. I mean, the Vargulf is actually pretty solid for what it does, but it's only a 1400 gold soft dueling monster. It's not like a big one. So they need something that they can actually stand up to, not beat, but stand up to a Dreadsaurian, stand up to a Gorgon, stand up to a Necrosphinx. And Vargulfs are starting it. You have to take 2 Vargulfs to kind of duel one of those things. How long till the Nagash DLC do you reckon? I feel like it's. I mean, it might be this next one, as I feel like Warhammer 3 is winding down. They might do like Slaanesh, Nagash, and then fucking call it. But if they need more money, Warhammer 3 DLCs always sell well and always make money for them. So if they were smart about it, they do Slaanesh, Dark Elves, High Elves. Next DLC, do Nagash and do all 3 undead factions. And then after that, they've had some Grand Cathay DLC they've wanted to pump out for a while. So go like Grand Cathay, Skaven with Thankful, and I don't know, Bretonia or something. But just like keep churning out DLC, keep making money. Do we really want counts with a good SE? Yeah, honestly, yeah. Because here's the thing, Vertical. That sounds weird, but it would actually reduce blobbing. And here's the thing. Here's how I'd say it reduces blobbing. The problem right now with vampire counts games is not that the vampire counts blob, it's that everyone blobs against them. Vampire counts and OBS Studio is randomly crashing. Great. We're having a day, apparently. We're having a fucking day. Okay. My what was I saying as I watched my computer, not computer, OBS randomly crash for no reason? Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so the problem right now with most vampire counts games is not the vampire counts are the ones blobbing, it's that everyone blobs against them and just out blobs the vampire counts. Now, instead of buffing their blob capacity, you don't want to buff corpse carts, you don't want to buff the mortis engine, you don't want to buff their defensive infantry. Like Graveguard with halberds, if you buff those, you'll get more blobs, right? The problem for the counts is if you blob with heavy infantry around a big monster, you can generally win. And if they got a better big duelist monster that could just crush your duelist monster and crush enemy blobs, then you wouldn't want to blob against them anymore. And why I don't think it would make the vampire counts blob is because a constant, like, rock, paper, scissors counter to big monsters is skirmish cav, shooting them, duelist monsters of your own, or like handgunners, cannons, artillery, or heavy armor piercing footfire. So think of like a rogue idol. Think of like a rogue idol, right? It's slow, so if you just want to blob into the vampire counts, this big slow thing will get up to you and slap the shit out of you. But if you're doing what you should be doing against the vampire counts and shooting them, or, you know, artillery or kiting them, then this big monster is going to be useless. It's a giant waste of gold. But the threat of having it will reduce the amount of blobs the enemy takes. So, something like that. I'd probably do like a bone Goliath. You know, just kind of like a giant made out of bones, but make it crazy bigger and do a lot more damage, but it's also slow. Probably low armor, so that you can just ping it down with missiles. Something like that. But the vampire counts need a way to beat enemy blobs that isn't just blobbing harder, which they can't currently do. But when I saw the Graveguard with halberds get added for free, I was like, I have wanted Graveguard with halberds for a while, but it was also in conjunction with a lot of other things, but it's just trying to make the vampire counts blob better, which is boring as shit. Alright, Berserk ends up on Tzeentch. I wonder what Ash is going to pick into it. What about a semi-elite big zombie squad? What does that mean? The mobile pieces are terrible. Yeah, Blood Knights have definitely fallen behind the curve. Vargeists are still pretty good, but they're one note when you know Vargeist is the only mobility they have. They're just going to take it over and over again. Black Knights are okay. Black Knights are okay. They're not great. They're great if you're trying to kite them, which is part of what I'm talking about. Is you need to get more people to move versus the vampire counts, where the current strategy is just blob harder and beat them, and then they lose. But if your opponent has to be mobile and has to run around, then your Black Knights, your Blood Knights, your Fellbats, your dogs can all get a lot more value. V-Counts just got Black Knights with Magic Techs and SFO, and like 7 or 8 other mod-only units. Berserk all of a sudden switched to vampire counts, so you might get what you asked for. You might get some vampire counts. Ash is sitting on Dark Elves. First vampire counts, not just of the day, but of like a long time. Outside of the faction war, where it's mandatory to have every faction, I haven't seen vampire counts picked in a super, super long time. Honestly, I think Crypt Horrors could get a little bit of sauce, just like a 50 cost reduction. Crypt Horrors were crazy OP not that long ago. I think the problem is just they have too much healing. Between the vampire count's natural healing, the spells they can bring to heal, and Crypt Horrors' independent regen, they just healing cap every game. So I think if you want to buff them, you need to reduce their healing, otherwise they'll go back to being toxic. Because, again, they work very well in a blob. You just blob them around a corpse cart or a mortis engine. They don't get sniped out because they're not on their own. And then they can slowly heal up. What kind of big unit could counts even get? I think I mentioned something about like a bone Goliath. I just made that up. It's not like tabletop. I never played tabletop or anything. Just they literally steal the Rogue Idol's model and just change it to like bones. But you want something that's slow, because if it's fast, then they can use it in their own blobs effectively versus other things. You want it so slow that range units take it out, and you just want it to be on the roster as a threat of don't blob versus the vampire counts. That's all you want. Because Rogue Idols are only good in greenskin blob builds. They're terrible in a spread out fight. And that's what you're trying to encourage versus the counts, is a spread out fight. It's just more interactive. More interactive for the counts, it's more interactive for the other player. Blobs are terrible. They're just boring as shit. They're boring for the counts player. They're boring for the enemy. They're boring for casters. It's just terrible. I might be alone in that opinion, though, because whenever I raise my opinion in the CA content creator Discord, a couple other people, and I won't name them, but a couple other people pop up and they're like, nah, dude, blobs are dope. I love blobs in campaign. And I'm like, we're not talking about campaign. They're like, fuck you. Blobs in campaign are great. I love them. Oh, blobs are so good. Blobs are such good content. Sure, I've been playing Marvel Rivals for the last 2 months. I haven't been playing Warhammer. That's because I got bored. But getting bored with it... No. Here's the thing. Blobs are super fun. Blobs are so great in campaign. And I got bored of it completely unrelated to the fact that I was constantly blobbing and abusing the new units. And as soon as I got done abusing the new units, I went and played Marvel Rivals. That has nothing to do with it. I'm a master on this game balance. I deserve to weigh in even though I haven't been playing for 2 months. Because Marvel Rivals is such a good game. In case you can't tell, that shit triggers me so hard. When I'm talking to CA and I'm talking to him, and you may not agree with my opinions, and that's fine, but it's not what I'm talking about. When I'm just talking to CA and I'm making some progress, and then some campaign streamer comes in and says something campaigny, and I'm like, okay. It's campaign, I get it, and I like calm myself down, and then when I like take a look at this person, because some of their takes are off the fucking wall, and I'm like, what are you talking about? So I go and check out their channel. I'm like, what is this person doing to think that blank unit is strong right now, and like won't let me get it buffed or something? And then I see Marvel Rivals, Dark Tide, Vermintide, Marvel Rivals, and the last time they played is when Omens of Destruction came out. I was like, dude, like, don't. Shut up! If you have no idea what you're talking about, get the fuck out of here! Ugh. Vampire counts on Conquest, ready for another 2 hours. This best of 3. Let's go. What were some of the takes? That Festus's healing and damage auras needed to be twice as strong because it was very hard to break through the gates of a siege, so they want his damage to be doubled so that he like absolutely fucks up everybody around him. There were people that want Burning Head to get armor piercing. There are people that said Pendulum is overpowered. Pendulum is overpowered right now, and it's impossible to dodge, so Pendulum should get nerfed. Pendulum, too strong. Okay. People that... This was not this patch, this was before Blue Fire got nerfed, but original OP Blue Fire was considered weak and not very good. It's takes like that where I'm just like battling my goddamn heart out to stop CA from ruining this game because people who show up for a DLC and then fuck off are trying to weigh in. You can have opinions, but you need to at least educate yourself on those opinions. I don't know. It's ass. So Pendulum is OP and impossible to dodge. It's some of the bad takes I have to fight with in the content creator Discord. All right. Let's focus up. The Burning Head thing, really quick. they were arguing for armor piercing, not like 100% armor piercing, but more armor piercing, because they say it gets outclassed by things like Van Geist's Revenge. Because remember, the AI doesn't dodge. So when you're thinking of the AI not dodging, you might be like, Burning Head, like, just can't compete with Van Geist's. Like, ugh, just give it a little bit more armor piercing. But we're in the game. We need to focus. Vampire counts, the worst faction in the entire game. Chat wants them buffed. Berserk says, nah, bro, watch this. Fate of Buna, Gaze of Nagash, Invocation Heck, and a zombie summon. Zombie backline, Skeleton Spearman front line. Interesting he's putting them in the front line. You normally see zombies in the front, but he wants their bronze shields out ahead for the skirmish units. We have Vargeist, Crypt Horrors, a Corpse Cart with an Unholy Lodestone, a Necromancer backing it up who also has a Corpse Cart. Just a regular Corpse Cart. Got it. And then he has Forbidden Rod. And then we have Cairn Wraiths for a little bit of magic damage. Some stuff needs a buff in both multiplayer and campaign. It's true, Distant Bliss. It's true. Lore of Hag. Lore of Hags sucks. And some people tell me I'm wrong. Anyway, on the other side for the Dark Elves, we have Malekith, Soul Stealer, and then Destroyer and Supreme Spell Shield, which is quite spicy. Then we have Dread Spears in the front line, Blackheart Corsair Handbows, and then Doomfire Warlocks and Cold One Knights. Berserk just slowly feeding Skeleton Spears into the repeater crossbows, trying to use their ammunition up on chaff. And then he's going to swap them out. He's starting to pull some zombies forward and his skeletons back towards the corpse carts, so the corpse carts can actually just get free healing onto the Skeleton Spears. Rejuvenate them, bring them back. Ash seems relatively happy enough to just use all of his ammunition. He has taken the point. Now the Dread Spears wait for the enemy to get here. Cairn Wraith's running forward, using their 55% physical resistance to mitigate some of the damage coming in, plus Berserk just dodging around. And I'm pretty sure the vampire counts are quite happy with this early game so far. They've used a lot of ammunition off the skirmishers to not achieve much. Tomb King's mains will send you pipe bombs in your bell box if you buff Burning Head. Damn, Vertical Cliff. Some zombies did actually commit. Doomfire Warlocks will get a free little charge onto them just for extra damage, trying to push these guys off. Now, the vampire counts currently don't hold the point, so they are not capable of just sitting back and doing this forever. At some point, they have to take that. So they are on a ticking timer. The counts are much more comfortable when they already own the point, and then it's on you to damage them quickly enough to force them off. This is less comfortable. Fate of Buna out onto the Cold Knights from Manfred. And the vampire counts are largely falling back. I am curious what Berserk's opinion was on throwing 2 zombies to the wolves, because if he's just going to throw zombies to die, why are you backing off everywhere else? If you're going to back off, just back off with the zombies too. V-Coast is so sad for campaign. Yeah, they're pretty bad. It's weird because they're thematically one of my favorite campaigns, and then they're terrible. Something else is coming out. Manfred throws down a breath attack, though nice dodge from Ash, getting mostly out of the way. Barely took any damage at all. Zombies have faded, and Malekith again chases off Manfred as I get attacked by a cat. Hi, kitty. Now the Vargeist are here. I'm thinking Malekith may not land, because I think he just wants to bait this, that the Vargeist stay in range for these repeater crossbows to hit them. The little hand bows that the Corsairs get. Yeah, look at how much damage that was. That's what he's been wanting to do with the little hand bows. But Berserk's been leading him around. So now Berserk, again, he just wants to take these little trades and then back off to heal with his corpse carts that are in the woods. But I'm getting worried for him. He's a third of the points are gone. So a third of his time to fuck around like this has passed. Is he just trying to trigger the army passive? Oh, Dactor, that's pretty smart. Yeah. Trigger the murderous prowess. That is definitely what he's doing now that you mention it. Good call out. Vargeist going to rear charge behind this. This was a good little trap. Zombie summon behind the Blackheart Corsair Handbows that Ash overextended with, and then the Vargeist just dive down on and get a little bit of damage. But with Malekith and other Handbows nearby, the Vargeist are forced away, and now the Blackheart Corsairs haven't taken too much damage, but still these zombies who last an insanely long time are just holding these guys in place for the Skeleton Spears to come up behind them. You did a legendary VC campaign recently for the achievement. It turned into nothing but Dwarf Punting Simulator. Damn. It's oddly specific. So Malekith has been holding on to his Soul Stealers. He's not going to use them for damage. He is saving them entirely for healing. He knows that Soul Stealer doesn't do enough damage, like enough burst to really kill anything right away. And the Vampire Counts are just trying to draw this out and heal. But Ash is almost halfway to the victory tickets. Golden Knights charge into the Skeleton Spears. Berserk thinking about getting involved. He has committed his front line. So far, the Crypt Horrors are staying out of it. And Doomfire Warlocks and Golden Knights are staying back for the most part, though that does mean Manfred should be able to get a Fate of Buna onto them again soon, though I don't know how much Winds of Magic he has. He has really good Winds of Magic recharge from the Sword of Unholy Power, but only when he's in melee, which he hasn't been in melee a lot this game. Nice breath attack, took out some handbows, took out some dread spears. There is Murderous Prowess procced, saving just a couple of infantry units who were about to rout. Instead, they rally. Damage value is very even. There's another Fate of Buna onto already wounded Golden Knights. That should actually literally kill the unit. Something else is going down. A Soul Blight from the Doomfire Warlocks, who were trying to charge the Cairn Wraiths. Their magic damage would make quick work of those Cairn Wraiths, but it is not to be. As Fate of Buna knocks the Golden Knights out almost entirely. They survived like 90 HP. They'll probably shatter in the distance. Officially crossed halfway as the cat nuzzles the microphone. Officially crossed halfway over the victory tickets point. Handbow's running low on ammunition. Golden Knights getting attritioned out by Fate of Bunas, but the Vargeist also aren't feeling too good. And Berserk's running out of time to slowly heal up, so I don't know if he'll have time to get his Vargeist back and heal slowly but surely. So he might have to use Invocation Echo on him, which again, he's pushing his Winds of Magic pretty hard already. I don't know how much he has left. Cairn Wraith's dying off. Vargeist took a lot of damage too. Berserk's trying to move up. Ash is ahead on damage value with how much healing the Vampire Counts have. I honestly think he's probably behind on true damage value just because of how much extra you have to do to get through there. Malekith uses a Soul Stealer for healing at last. It also is going to hit a bunch of single entities and Crypt Horrors. That is a very, very good Soul Stealer cast. Will get him a lot of value, and Malekith is going to chase Manfred. Manfred is landing on some Coldwood Knights, and this is a pretty great engagement for the Vampire Counts. Get rid of Cold Knight, get rid of a Dread Spear. Doomfire Warlocks charge in after Soul Blighting the whole area. And Malekith in the sky is taking out already wounded Vargeists. Still have a Doomfire Warlock and some Cold Knights wandering on the sides. And how is that Cold Knight that we saw earlier still fighting? Look at their HP. That's insane. Manfred's charging up the Sword of Unholy Power next to Malekith. Malekith's just trying to bait. He's trying to hold all these guys in the air while once again the handbows get back in here and start firing up into the sky. Golden Knights charge in to challenge Crypt Horrors to get rid of some of these corpse cards. And still, 400 points ticks over, 200 more. If this battle goes on for 3 more minutes, Ash will win just by having taken that point before the fight really started. But the Dark Elves are running out of spine. I don't know if they can last that long. We have Cavalry in the front line, and Cavalry's not great at the bump and grind. Malekith, for sure, if he's still fighting like this, he for sure has another Soul Stealer ready. He didn't use a lot in the early game. We are going on 8 minutes of gameplay, so he has the Winds of Magic. He was just waiting on cooldown. Another huge Soul Stealer. Hits both Corpse Carts, a bunch of Crypt Horrors, and Manfred. That is a fantastic Soul Stealer. But Malekith probably wants to peace out now. This is taking too much damage, and he's down to not having much range support. Yeah, he pieces out as soon as his range support starts running out of ammunition. That's all it was. It was just a bait. So he's going into the back line. He's trying to land as his Coldwood Knights are coming up to peel for him and Doomfire Warlocks. So he's daring the Vampire Counts to continue this battle back in his terrain. Vampire Counts take a mild, teeny tiny lead on the balance of power as Manfred does not let Malekith go. Zombie Summon is out to offer a little bit of support. Now the Vargeists are diving into everybody onto Malekith. Malekith's waiting for a little bit longer on another Soul Stealer cooldown, and we need these Doomfire Warlocks to get activated, but they haven't just yet. Ash appears to be distracted doing other. OBS, get your goddamn shit together! Manfred's healing cap has appeared. Malekith's has not, and he will have another Soul Stealer probably at 9:40. 9 minutes, 40 seconds, he'll have another one. And still these Doomfire Warlocks not getting activated. At some point I have to think Ash is doing that intentionally. Because this battle is so tiny that there's no way they're off his screens. Maybe he's keeping them in reserve for some reason. Huge Soul Stealer! Manfred and a Vargeist do dodge it, but everybody else gets hit with that Soul Stealer. I wonder what Malekith's value is going to be. Yeah, that's looking about right. 3,800 damage value for Malekith. Probably the highest I've ever seen him personally get. We have 80 seconds left. If the Dark Elves can hold the point for 80 more seconds, they will win by default, but the Vampire Counts are making a heavy push for it, and Ash still has not activated these Doomfire Warlocks. They're getting charged for free, and that is a rare mistake from him you do not expect to see, as he's just letting this happen for free. Malekith's fighting back at Spanford. That's doing well. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, all these guys are grinding through, but some more Terror Outs are coming in for them. And still, the Doomfire Warlocks will not charge. Ash, use your units! As they get run down for free by Cryptors, the zombies take the point. He's not going to win on victory points anymore. Now the Dark Elves have to actually kill everything, which is highly unlikely considering how this has been going. Doomfire Warlocks are going to get pushed off. They get caught out. Big misplay here from Ash, having those two Doomfire Warlocks just sitting on the point, not doing anything. Malekith throws out another Soul Stealer to heal himself up. He's not going to be in time to save the victory point. Or is it? Oh, there's a Black Corsair Hambo in here. He's just trying to hold for 20 more seconds. OBS, figure it out. Fuck you, quit disconnecting. The Vampire Counts are still trying to take the point. 15 seconds left. The Dark Elves can't get more dudes in there. It's not gonna hold. Vampires take the point as a big breath attack comes in from Malekith, but not in time. 9 seconds away from victory. If those Doomfire Warlocks had charged in, if those Doomfire Warlocks had done anything on top of the point, they would have won the whole game. Manfred takes another big shot from Malekith, has to Invocation of the Heck himself as Malekith continues to punch him. Malekith for sure has another Soul Stealer, but again, what is going on with Ash's units? He just keeps forgetting them outside. Like, these guys now starting to come back in, but he let them sit there for an awfully long time. Malekith is back on the ground, stuck and fighting for a little bit. Another Doomfire Warlock must be back, because I see a Doombolt coming in for already heal-capped Crypt Horrors. Malekith could have another nasty Soul Stealer, as that actually looks like it hit him too, by the way. A little bit of friendly fire here from the Doombolt. Vargeist's very, very damaged. Doomfire Warlock's going to charge back in. Zombies have a good hold on the point. Bounce power is going dangerously low for the Dock Elves. Now, some of these are summons. There are multiple summons out. Army Loss is going to hit Ash, and that was a whoopsie. VC games have felt the most engaging for some reason. That's odd. I don't think they've had some of the worst games, so I don't think they're terrible. I just don't know if I'd call them most engaging, but maybe you're onto something. That misplay hurt a little bit. 5,700 for Malekith. He played his ass off. Black Corsair Hambos did fine. A lot of the Cold Knights just got Fate Up Unit before the fight even started. How many wins of Magic do players get without items or abilities? 80. I believe it is 80. The ending was insane. Yeah. Oh my god, OBS, I get it. You're gonna keep disconnecting every 3 seconds for no fucking reason. I understand. I understand. I already decreased your bitrate from 10,000 to 9,000. After the stream, I'll probably decrease it to 8. But if I don't notice a meaningful change in the amount of time that OBS just keeps disconnecting for no reason, it must be a different problem. I've tried resetting my router, tried lowering my bitrate. Doomfire Warlocks actually seem so haggard, I guess you picked them to melt ethereal units. Yeah, and the bound spells are nice, and then the Doom Bolts are nice. We talked about it, Phoenix, earlier in the stream, but I feel like Doomfire Warlocks are such a weird unit, because you have to play with them perfectly, otherwise they suck. And I feel like if you play with them perfectly, they're fine, and if you play with them poorly at all, they suck and die immediately. And it's like weird. Because I feel like a unit with that kind of profile, like, play perfectly or you die instantaneously. I feel like Way Watchers are the better example, because Way Watchers could carry a whole game if you play perfectly with them, but if you play poorly, they will also instantly die. But Way Watchers have that high ceiling, and Doomfire Warlocks don't feel like they do. Berserk's pretty good. Waiting out the Dark Elf army passive. I do just like, I don't know. The Doomfire Warlocks sitting there AFK was really fucking brutal. Do they even have a high charge stat? No. It's 40. They have a charge stat of 40. Coldwell Knights have 44. You find them fairly strong. You just have to play really perfectly with them and then they're fine, but not great. They do not have a high charge stat, no. Mr. Hat for cat. I think you gotta use them in tandem with other units. Yeah. But they're expensive. They're expensive if you need to use them in tandem with another unit, because they're already, what, 1400? No, they're 1100. The ROR is 14. What is the most beginner-friendly race and tactic? It is a dwarf box, for sure. Dwarves are the easiest to play. How come you never see Dark Elves bring Hydra or Charybdis? Hydra you see occasionally as just a heal tank to absorb damage. But its breath attacks are terrible, its dueling stats are pretty bad, it's weak to a lot of things, its leadership is too low, and it's very expensive. Charybdis, all the same stuff, except it has mildly better dueling stats, but it has no healing. But mainly they just get ground down by chaff or cheap shooters or skirmish or cannons or duelists or heavy cav. They don't have a lot of things they're great against. Charybdis is okay in certain builds because of its minus leadership aura. Some people take him into demonic factions to just trigger demonic stability crumbling faster. Yeah. My cat is feeling extra lovey today. Any starting races you recommend other than Dowie? Grand Cathay. Greenskins is simple. You just want to run at the enemy. So, Greenskins is alright. Grand Cathay is alright. High Elves are actually... High Elves are weird, because I know the High Elf mains are going to pop up and say, they're so hard! Okay, yeah, dude. At the highest level, they're hard, but starting level, they're actually pretty easy, because everything you have is such high leadership, and everything you have is so expensive, that you don't have to deal with routing units very much, and your army will never be gigantic. So for a starter faction, they're actually alright. High Elves are. Now, to get good at them, they're very difficult. But, you know what I mean? They have a high floor and a high ceiling. Start high, can go higher. Feel like Cathay would get smashed out? Nah, Cathay's actually strong. They're not OP, but they're strong. Hardest faction would be what? Wood Elves. Slaanesh. Demons of Chaos. Empire can honestly be kind of hard. I don't know about hardest, but they can be kind of hard. Yeah, I'd say I already listed the big three. Wood Elves, Slaanesh, Demons of Chaos. Nurgle is hard, not because they're hard to play, but they're hard to win with, because Nurgle sucks. Nurgle you can play easily, you can lose easily. Looks like we have a Beastman mirror for game 2. Both sides building Beastman armies, so yeah, we're getting a Beastman mirror game 2. Alpine Ridge. Very bad sight lines, so everybody's just gearing up for a melee brawl. Nurgle is never good in 2 formats at the same time. Is Nurgle even good in domination right now, to be honest? I hope Slongors will be some kind of missile infantry. Same, but I doubt it. But same. High Elves is mid to lower half. What? Oh, you're talking about Nurgle. Got it. I think they're just mid and dom. Honestly, I'm surprised they're even mid. Slongors. Well, sucks to be Lizardmen then, because Slaanesh Gors are called Slongors. Ash is ready. Berserk is juggling the last couple pieces of gold to make his build work. Nope, he's switching out his lords. Okay, we're back. For a second, you're about to see the build, so no spoilers in 3, 2, 1. Why? Why is the game not starting? Oh my god. This is not my day. Not my day. Having a bad day. We get bugged lobbies. That's cool. Cool, we have a bugged lobby. That's fine. You can see the countdown down there. It's going to hit 0. Nothing's going to happen. Oh my god. Can something just go right for me today? Please. Ash has to go rehost. Okay. Okay. Not being able to get knocked over is so strong for Nurglings. That might be true, but Nurglings are still a really bad unit. 350 gold for something that does like no damage, dies instantly to ranged and to cavalry charges. Even though they don't get knocked over, they still take a lot of damage from cavalry charges, and they're pretty easy to get to crumble. They just don't perform well for 350 gold. Nurglings are pretty darn bad. They're okay in domination because they demonic at stability crumble, so you can easily summon them back, and they're in vanguard, so they can get back to the point quickly. But in land battles and conquest, Nurglings are just ass. Okay. The thing I was going to mention, and then the lobby crashed, is Berserk was on a Doom Bowl for a very, very long time, which he ended up back on. And then he briefly switched to Kazric One Eye for a little bit, and then he went back to the Doom Bowl. I was like, bro, you're not taking Kazric. Nurglings are also terrible in campaign, though. And that's the biggest game mode. Beastmen are on Alpine Ridge with a conquest point on the very top of the hill. Oh no. Is this actually gonna happen? I think both players are gonna deploy in the Vanguard literally on top of each other. Because Berserk's already setting up around the point. I want to get into tourneys playing ogres, but I hate roster bans, so I'm not going to. Calamity, I thought you said in DMs that you were a vampire counts expert, and now in this chat you've said you're a dark elf main, and now you're saying you wanted to get into ogres. You want to play campaign, you want to play multiplayer, but with ogres, but since there's roster bans, you can't. Bro, you can't be a 3-faction guru main. That's not possible. You're changing your story. All right, for the blue side, we do have Ungor Spearmen, Zongors, Gore Herds, and Ungor Spearmen Herds. We have Centaurs on the low ground, Throwing Axes, a Doom Bull, Bray Shaman of Death with Fate of Being... Wait, no, not Fate of Being. A Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness. And like we said, we do have a Doom Bull. On the other side, for the red team, we have Razor Gore Herds, Malagor Dark Omen with Mantle of Gorok and Flock of Doom, more Centaurs, Ungor Spearmen Herds, and the like. Absolute chaos. Pestigors charge up into the Ungor Spearmen Herds. Everybody's already spawned into each other and fighting, fully mixed in for maximum damage potential. And then a nice Flock of Doom overcast on 2 of Berserk Centaurs while the Throwing Axes get some damage out. They will have to countercharge. They're trying to run away, and Razor Gores might try and be able to peel for them a little bit. Berserk Superior Infantry appear to be winning the day on the central point. Ash has a longer flank going in of Razor Gores and other Centaurs with Throwing Axes, but will that hurt him in the long run as he's lost a lot of his front line while his ranged stuff starts to get into range? Centaurs and Razor Gore Herds running down Throwing Axes. They will get good damage out versus their Throwing Axe cousins. On the red side, blobbing up pretty heavily against the Zongors and Centaurs of this side. Maybe the Centaurs with Throwing Axes can get a good rear charge in. Looks like they are going to take out an Ungor Spearman Herd. Can they roll that into even more success? It feels like Ash is getting the upper hand slightly. It's a Feral Manticore is out. What the fuck? Berserk had a Feral Manticore? I don't even know that he did. Okay, well that is a nice terror-causing unit. As Ash catches some Throwing Axes with his Throwing Axes and Razor Gores, but already a Razor Gores terror routing, another Centaur is shattered, and more Centaurs flooding the backline. Berserk is surrounded, but he's also winning the fights, so he's just fighting in every direction successfully. Berserk is ahead about 1,000 damage value, which in such a short-range Vanguard melee fight, early damage leads are pretty huge. As we can see, Ash is falling further and further behind in the balance of power. The Doom Bull knocks out these guys, so a big pocket of red beastmen are leaving. We have a full health Centaur that's just now starting to rejoin the fight. Good Flock of Doom, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. And on the high ground, Razor Gores and some of the Centaurs are doing better for Ash. They are slowly winning this fight, but like they're kind of slowly winning the main fight, and they are getting crushed on the flanks. So I think Berserk is off to a very early lead here. Makes Tarmarkon that new player unfriendly. Oh. Malagor lands on the Deathcaster, trying to get a bit of damage out. But a Doombow downhill charge will easily push Malagor off. Gets a good hit on him, dazes him. And just everybody is routing, man. Feral Manticore providing that cheap terror, knocking more and more people out of the fight. And for Ash, he's down to just Malagor and a full health Centaur throwing axes. Everything else is either routing or already dead. For the blue side, you still have Groghooves of Wolf's Run, very healthy. You have a Doombow, Deathcaster, more and more Centaurs, a lot of them with throwing axes still available. So I'm just concerned. I don't see what Ash can do. Another Spirit Leech onto Malagor, easiest way to damage him. He has a low HP pool, but he has a tiny, tiny profile and he flies super fast. It's hard to get damage on him without direct damage spells. Very quick Beastmen game, but Berserk does take the win. Moves to 2-0. Values aren't going to be that critical. Yeah, the Groghooves and the other Centaurs did fine. For Malagor and the boys, Centaurs just got less optimal engagements than Berserks. Berserk ended up winning. That is le GG. Okay. So desktop. Berserk should advance to fight Butcherbird, then Butcherbird has to go, so I believe he just goes straight to finals. Olaf and Sexy Boy are fighting it out. Oh. Bird told me ahead of time that he has to drop at this point, so is what it is. Berserk goes to the finals. Olaf and Sexy Boy, I told them at 10 minutes ago, yeah, that they could start their semifinals without me and that we would hop in games 2 or 3 or wherever we ended up, because at the time Ash and Berserk were 1-0, so you know, if that game had gone long or Ash had won it, then we'd be going to game 3, so I didn't want Olaf and Sexy Boy to be waiting on us. Two best of 3s left. And that's that. Just play a quick battle while we're waiting for top semifinals and stuff to be ready. Can you explain to me why Ikit is never brought on foot? He's really solid combat stats. I just assume because the lower health pool and lack of ability leaves him vulnerable to spells and Lord Snipes. That is 100% it. He gets absolutely bodied in melee. He dies super quick. And as a Skaven, like, if you lose your Lord, you just lose the game. We found a battle here. I'll do walk. Use the burning chariot of Zinj. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Well, he already readied up, and I don't have the burning chariot, so... Shit. Stop QB. Corn versus Ogre Kingdoms. Okay, well. Berserk is in the finals, and he just told me I must see this, so I guess I must see this. Okay. I don't know what this is. I got shanghaied into watching a replay by our tournament finalist. I'm not gonna argue with it. Okay. If you're not afraid to lose. Oh wait, what? Hat for a cat. I'm confused. I'm lost and confused. For Berserk and Khorne, we have Valkia the Bloody with Scarlet Armor, interestingly enough, and then Spear Sleipnir. We have Scar Bloodwrath, just his self-heal thing. The blood tally. And then Marauder Horsemen with Throwing Axes. We have triple spawn of Khorne, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, Marauders of Khorne. More Chaos Warriors with Halberds. Pretty straightforward build. You're replying to someone. Okay, hat for a cat. On the other side, for Wraith's Ogres, we had the Powder Guts, Troll Guts, Caster Lord, Noblars and Pigback Riders, Man-Eaters with Great Weapons, Golgi's Man-Eaters, 2 of those as well, and then Noblar Trappers and 1 Lead Belcher. Are Khorne spawns for Slaughter Guard flammable? There's no Slaughter Guard, so no. But flammable versus flame damage versus ogres is always really good because ogres have an insane amount of healing, so reducing that healing by half, which is kind of important in general. Scar Bloodwrath charging forward. Spear Sleipnir out, but good dodge from Race to avoid it with his little Noblars. Valkia and Scar are going deep. Maybe too deep. Maybe far too deep, as they are way in it. Now they're going to get surrounded by Golgi's Man-Eaters. Uh-oh. Getting slapped. Scar Bloodwrath is already down to half HP, and he is very expensive. That's not good. That's real bad. Valky is also down to half HP, but in come the spawn, in come the halberds, and all this stuff. And while 2 Man-Eaters are surrounding Scar Bloodwrath right now, that doesn't mean they're not here to counter the spawn. The spawn are currently getting engaged. Pigback Riders should have a fantastic time versus the spawn of Khorne. Low armor, low melee defense against the Pigback Riders. Yeah, they're getting absolutely melted. This is going terribly for Khorne. Other spawn jump in against Man-Eaters with Great Weapons. The Great Weapons are a bit wasted versus the spawn, of course. 30 armor isn't really worth the armor piercing, but still, you have impressive anti-large stats and you'll do alright. For the 3 spawn of Khorne, 2 of them are almost dead already. Scar Bloodwrath got his pathetic-ass heal, and he is still gonna die. And in the back, we even have a Dismember onto the Marauder Horseman. Wild. Okay. This is going horribly for Khorne. This is going terribly. I gotta go. Take care, y'all. Bye. Okay. Bye, Calamity. Now, Berserk did get the Lead Belchers. That's the first thing that's really gone well for him this replay so far. We already get a Troll Guts Overcast on the Man Who's Great Weapons, who are currently surrounded by Marauders and Halberds and Spawn. They'll still die. And that healing is getting cut in half because they're currently on fire. That's extra bad. Bounce power still heavily Ogres favored. We do have some skirmish cav of Khorne on the back line for Berserk, maybe able to chase down stuff. But there's a lot of stuff to chase down, and they don't seem to have it quite in them. Scar Bloodwrath is almost off the battlefield as the Golgi's Man-Eater is going to catch up to him. Keep him down. And the Powder Guts are just firing in any direction they can find. Some of these Noblars for Race and the Piggyback Riders accompanying them need to stop chasing around Marauder Horsemen, and they need to go support the Man-Eaters. They need to get between their feet and keep them safe, as is usually Noblar's job. To keep Ogres up and running. Golgi's Man-Eaters officially got Scar off the map. They need to be rallied, then be brought back to the point. The Slaughtermaster fights the Chaos Spawn of Khorne. And Lead Belchers have apparently rallied, firing up and over the hill into Khorne Gores, or Chaos Warriors with the Halberds. You know, old Khorne Gores. Man-Eaters of all stripes having difficulties, maybe routing soon. Khorne is starting to come back on the balance power a little bit. We do have some Man-Eaters Great Weapons in the background on the victory point, but it looks like they're not going to bother actually capturing it. They're just running over for a bit of a flank as the Lead Belchers try and save themselves. A couple shots into the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. Valkia diving back into more man-eaters. It's kind of her forte, this battle, but I don't know if it's correct. I don't know if she should be doing that. She is. I don't know if she should be. Look at these spawn. Fighting the Slaughtermaster, just surrounding him. 5 spawn. Man-eaters with Grey Opens have to charge in and knock them out to save the Slaughtermaster. Oh, unbreakable spawn. You're silly. Bounce Power's coming back towards the middle a little bit, as the Powder Guts and the Lead Belchers are starting to kite out Khorne. We get another big heal for the Golgi's Man-Eaters. It looks like it's an overcasted Troll Guts. Yes, because it hurt the caster in the meantime. They continue to fall back. For Khorne, we just have some cheap Marauders. Those are pretty easy to take out. A couple healthy Chaos Warriors. Spawn, who are very injured. Valkia's very injured. A couple Skirmish Cav are very injured. It's mostly if you can just keep your ranged alive to kite out those Halberds into the late game, you'll be okay. Lead Belchers get attacked by Valkia. Lead Belchers try to run away from Valkia. And a meat feast onto the Powder Guts. So much healing from the Ogres. It's an insane amount of healing from them over the course of this game. More Man-Eaters chase Valkia away. Berserk's trying to get her back up into the skies. The Slaughtermaster has rejoined the fight. What does he have? He just has extra ingredients, so he wants to get into melee to charge up extra ingredients. He doesn't have natural healing or anything. Lead Belchers trying to get away from the Halberds. They get attacked by the Marauder Horsemen. That'll probably be the end of the Lead Belchers. They're already too wounded to stay in here, really. Valkia gets surrounded by Man-Eaters. She's just trying to walk out of here. It's not really going her way. Slaughtermaster hobbles along with her. She ducks and dives and dips her way through a whole bunch of fat bodies. The Slaughtermaster misses his next attack on her, and now she is surrounded by Halberds. Once again, the Powder Guts are falling back. Man-Eaters' Grey Weapons being sacrificed for the great cause. Where did those Golgi Man-Eaters go? They're up here, the ones that got some healing. Down to fighting 3 spawn and some basic-ass Marauders. Bounce Power is pretty bad for Khorne, but this is amazing. Surrounding the Slaughtermaster with all your Halberds. And he has no healing. We know Meat Feast is on cooldown. Troll Guts is probably still on cooldown. So this guy is just stuck in Halberds. He is going to die. That's a pretty big overextension from the Slaughtermaster to follow Valkia here. So Disaster strikes. Khorne is doing better on the Balance Power. We do have Noblars trying to recapture the point, take it away from Khorne. As these Noblar Trappers are not capturing as quickly as I would have thought. They only have 1.9 capture weight. Rip. Rip and pepperonis as the Golgi's Man-Eaters fall back to their Noblars. Just want to fight with some support for once in their lives. Elsewhere, we have Piggyback Riders getting surrounded. They're going to get killed off here. They'll rout soon. The Powder Guts continue to fall back. Sexy Boy and Olaf are ready for us for game 2. So as the ogres fall back, I'm going to fast forward. Dun 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 dun. Ogre skirmishing a little bit. Dun 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 dun. Thinking about charging in, then they think against it. Dun 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 dun. All right, we back. Noblars have secured the point with the Golgi's Man-Eaters. Powder Guts fall back. Valkia is crazy low. In go the Golgi's Man-Eaters, slapping around some Halberds. There's still 1.5 Halberds left here, though. More and more Man-Eaters piling in. Great weapons, Golgi's, everybody is in here. As a Horn of Khorne is out for the forces of Khorne. Just trying to churn through these guys to get back onto the hill. Noblar Trappers are just about to break as the Goldfags Man-Eaters reset up, and they're going to recharge downhill in just a second. Man-Eater pistols firing at Valkia, trying to snipe her out. She only has 500 HP left, so if they can just get a couple more shots on her, they can rout her, or kill her. Yeah, they actually want to kill her because they need the army debuff. Get rid of some of these guys. Noblar Trappers are routing, though. That means the Halberds are going to push uphill. Golgi's Man-Eaters retreating a bit as the pistols kite it out. Valkia routs. She still has 500 HP. She's not going to die. It's going to be fine. Spawn. That spawn is pretty much dead. These Marauders are pretty much dead. And Khorne has recaptured the point. Still have a lot of halberds. Bounce Power says ogres are slightly favored. I would strongly disagree. We do have piggyback riders back in, offering a little bit of support, and whenever there is support, you'll see man-eaters charging in behind them to make the most of it. But immediately the piggyback riders leave. Now the man-eaters are isolated, taking hundreds of damage per second. And they go down. More kiting, so we'll fast forward because we do have a semifinal to get to as these guys are doing picks and bans and builds. We'll finish up this game quick. Khorne holds the point. Man-eaters are pistol kiting them out. Ride off some marauders. Valky is back in the distance, just staying alive. Valky returns. Khorne gets charged once again. Dismember tier 1 army ability out onto these Chaos Warriors with halberds, so really want to take those guys down. Point is ticking up. Valky is hovering up above just to give the gaze of Khorne plus leadership plus damage for people around her. But we have a chain route that is starting. One of the Chaos Warriors with halberds is leaving. It looks like a marauder is going to get going too. Valky is also crazy low. She's going to hold for now. Looks like she is thinking about diving in, but is going to decide against. There comes the chain route. We're about to lose our third marauder, and we're down to just 2 halberds holding. The point is ticking up as the man-eaters try and churn through a lot of Khorne halberds. Now, Golgi's man-eaters very, very low. Powder Guts also incredibly low. Noblar Trappers, those guys are healthy. Those guys are chilling. Valkia is very injured. Still hanging around, not sure what to do as the man-eaters pile back in. Is there going to be another tier 3 army ability? But Berserk is very close to winning on tickets alone. 19 seconds left. There go the Powder Guts. And there go the other man-eaters, leaving just Noblar Trappers. Army losses will hit. And a very close, very good game from them. I don't have time to look at the values, as apparently the semifinalists are waiting on me, apparently. Must have done their picks and bans really fast. Paste. That. Boy. Spectate. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Go to this thing. Pull up the blocker. Pull up the blocker before we actually get into game. Kids love Dark Elves. We love Kids love Dark Elves. We have ODM. Sexy boy. Who is currently at 1. On the other side, we have XMT's Olaf the Moose. And 0. This is game 2 of a semifinal. If you're wondering where we're at in the bracket, bam, we're down here. Olaf versus Sexy Boy. Winner goes and fights Berserk. In our first try-hard full sweat tournament, Sexy Boy got to finals against Segos and lost to Segos. It looks like he is on the cusp of getting back to finals and trying it again versus Berserk. Olaf is ready. Sexy Boy is ready. We're getting into the game. Marathi, not a Dragon Lord, versus Zarina Katerin. Very small army. Little Grom, 3 Griffin Legion, 2 Winged Lancers. Trying to use Glorious Charge to win this game. That is difficult versus buffed Cold One Knights, but maybe it can be done. Is Katerin on her Frostworm? I would hope so. But we will see. I think you've got a wonderful meme idea. That's cool. That's lit. We back. Yes, she is on her Frostworm. So we saw the builds loading in. Triple Griffin Legion, double Winged Lancer, Tsarina Katerin up on her Frostworm with Death Frost and Icebane's Kiss. Little Grom for a bit of poke, and then a front line of Kislevite Warriors. On the other side for the Dark Elves, 6 frontline units, 2 Dread Spears, 4 Bleak Swords. We have triple Dark Shard, all with shields. We have 2 Scourgerunner Chariots, 4 Cold Knights, and Marathi. Marathi brought Power of Darkness, Soul Stealer, and Melkoths. She gets 14 Winds of Magic power reserves by spending 4, so she gets a net 10, but has to damage one of her own units. Okay. Hat for a cat, that sounds like a terrible idea. You should do it. Unaligned Demon Princes. Maybe the worst lord in the entire game. He's garbage. If the unit was shattered anyway, yeah, that's probably the best time to use it. Dagroth. Oof. I am tired. We have been streaming roughly for 6 hours, 6.5 hours. Not because of this tournament, because we did the Faction War Finals, and now we're here. So I started at 8 a.m. and it's 2:30 p.m. here. Almost constant streaming. But we'll get through it. We have Kislevite Warriors, Griffin Legion, Cosby Dervishes. As these guys hit start, they're going to move forward. Little Grom, obviously going to want to get shots out while he can. Not a lot of great targets for him at the moment because Olaf the Moose is putting a lot of his expensive stuff in the woods, keeping it safe. See, the Scourgerunner Chariots are now on the other side of the trees from Little Grom as they're going to move forward. It's a two-way street though, because the Scourgerunners are also going to have to fire through trees to hit anything, so they're going to have to eventually get to this side of the foliage if they're going to get good value. Marathi takes a Death Frost to the face, counters with the Melkoths onto Winged Lancers. Pretty good value trade for both sides. I love how Melkoths isn't counting for Olaf's gold damage value, but Death Frost counted for Sexy Boys. That seems fair. That seems fine. That one damage spell counts and the other one doesn't. Scourgerunners and Marathi going on a bit of a scouting mission to find out who is in the trees and what they're doing there. And the Tsarina decides, listen, if you're just going to hang back out of range of my Little Grom, I'm going to position Little Grom a little better, get him a good firing angle, and I'm just going to run up and take the point. If you want to fuck around, you can. Saw a weird human guy on your rat channel? Must be a bug. Kislev has captured the point, and they're looking over it with a Little Grom. Scourgerunner Chariot's getting up and around the trees. And another Melkoths out from Marathi onto Cosby Dervishes. That one's not a great target, unfortunately, for her. She does get reserves per second when casting Melkoths. She has greater Arcane Conduit for more spell mastery and recharge rate, and the Power of Darkness, so damn. A lot of Winds of Magic generation for that Marathi. She really wants to spam out Melkoths till the cows come home. I think that's another Death Frost. Yes, it is. Another Death Frost out from Tsarina Katerin. Kislev's very happy. They took the point. They're doing a ton of damage to Marathi. They're chilling. Little Grom is starting to get shots off onto these Cold One Knights. Pretty big damage on them so far. Has already taken out 14 models already dead from Little Grom's Overwatch fire. And another Melkoths from Marathi. Two more models taken down by Little Grom. Every second you delay, you die. A little bit more. Scourgerunners have used quite a lot of their ammunition to very little effect. Literally zero value on these Scourgerunners because they're firing while in the trees. So their bolts aren't making it all the way through the trees. They're hitting some of them in between and just stopping dead. It's not ideal. Marathi's trying to figure out what to do. The Dark Elves have moved up more aggressively, realizing the early game was not favoring them. Little Grom's actually going to fall back. Another Melkoths hits the Griffin Legion. Little Grom has a parting gift for you. It's 3 more dead Cold One Knights, calling it 3. So we need to see 38 models. Damn, 35. I was off. And Kislev continues to kite back. Scourgerunner Chariot's getting a couple shots off here and there, but they're already down to 13 ammunition apiece. Dark Elves have taken the point now. Marathi lands on Little Grom. Will anybody be brought forward to peel for her? Very interactive gameplay, this. It's Scourge Runners versus Little Grom. Damn you, Scourge Runners. Another Death Frost out onto Marathi. Good damage for her. She's going to have to start using Soul Stealers eventually to heal herself up instead of Melkoths. All these games are a human fella playing AI on easy. Oh. Okay. I don't know what that means. Little Grom takes out more Cold One Knights. Zarina gets poked here and there by the Scourge Runners, but not too perturbed by it. Eight ammunition left on those guys. Little Grom gets back to safety, fires out, takes down a bunch more Cold One Knights. Oof. And now some of the Griffin Legion and Wing Lancers have gone up and around, so they're even in the rear positions, ready to charge the wounded Cold One Knights. Marathi throws a Soul Stealer down on some Kisvite Warriors and Little Grom for a bit of poke, but mostly to heal herself. And her Spell Mastery even increases the heal she gets. Damn you, Marathi. Kislev just falls back. They don't have anything to do with this. Little Grom continues to punish Cold One Knights, softening them up for their eventual Cav engagement. Zarina continues to kite away. More Melkoths casting. Little Grom fires up and over into the Cold One Knights, but Cold Knights don't take that much damage. They dodge most of that shot. Now, these Scourge Runners did get caught by the Griffin Legion. Cosby Dervish is also going to try and catch them. Trying to catch up to those chariot models can be quite tough, especially when they're getting shots. They retreat. Scourge Runners down to 1 ammunition and 2. Marathi, while I was looking over at that, Marathi landed in Griffin Legion and Kisavite halberds and fucking died. I thought I was allowed to look over here. I was not. Dark Elf Lord and Caster is dead. Their leadership will take a hit, but more importantly, their Melkoth spam will no longer be possible. Dark Shard's finally gotten to range of some stuff, got a couple shots off, as it looks like Kisavite Warriors, Little Grom, and the Griffin Legion are all trying to retreat. Good catch on Marathi is very good. Meanwhile, there's some Cav engagements in the back. Cold One Knights are getting into a bit of a scrap with Griffin Legion and Cosby Dervishes. Wing Lancer's going to take a charge over here. Honestly, these 2 Cold One Knights should be able to kill all 3 of these Cav pieces, and that would be a huge win for the Dark Elves, considering they just lost Marathi. They really could use a morale boost right about now. Murderous Prowess has not procced yet. Infantry are having a hard time getting into range, so that is a big portion of your Murderous Prowess charging not happening. Cold One Knights getting rear charged by Cosby Dervishes. They go to meet the charge, not allow themselves to get charged for free. Really need that Murderous Prowess, especially for these Cold One Knights to stay in the fight, because they're trading so well into everybody, but their leadership is falling because they're just surrounded and taking so much damage. And there they go down. Wing Lancers get a rear charge on the Cold Knights. Where is Murderous Prowess? You need it so badly on these Cold One Knights. They were doing so well, but now they're all gonna rout. Damn you, Murderous Prowess. You abandoned them in their time of need. Little Grom's getting chased into the woods by Bleak Swords, so he won't be able to participate too much in the rest of this game. Dark Shards are trying to kill the Griffin Legion as the last healthy Cold One Knight jumps in. Zarina Katerin is actually getting taken pretty low, down to about half HP. And elsewhere else, we have Cold One Knights fighting Griffin Legion. And again, if they could just get their damn Murderous Prowess, they'd be fine here. Doesn't look like they're going to get it anytime soon. As more and more Kislev Cav are coming back to the fight, they'll rear charge these Cold One Knights, who will break very quickly without that plus 15 leadership. It's just weird. Do Scourge Runners do jack shit every time I see them? Like 30% health off a cavalry unit and they're all out of ammo. If they target the right things, they'll get a ton of damage out. Death Frost cast on the Cold Knights. Still no Murderous Prowess. And then they rout. Oh, and it pops now that they've routed. Great. Great, 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 great. The Scourge Runner is getting chased by Zarina. The Zarina is now surrounded by Cold One Knights who are buffed up. Extra stats. plus 25% melee attack, extra leadership, extra vigor. So Katerin is in a bit of trouble. Kislevite warriors getting picked off. Damage values are pretty even, though Sexy Boy is ahead by a bit. We also know that Olaf, when he was casting Melkoths with Marathi, it wasn't counting for some reason. We do know that is a little fraudulent. That damage value is not quite correct. Little Grom did eventually get caught by Bleak Swords. Looks like he's taking a lot of damage as Dark Shards try and set up and fire into this blob fight. They can help out these Colder Knights finishing off Tsarina, pushing away the Winged Lancers and the Kossovite Dervishes. This could be a huge win for the Dark Elves. And the only real advantage right now for Kislev... Nice Ice Maiden's Kiss. The only advantage right now for Kislev is that Marathi's dead and Katerin isn't. Everything else is going pretty okay for the Dark Elves. They're trading quite evenly with Kislev for infantry and cavalry purposes. We have one healthy cavalry left on the entire map, and it is a Winged Lancer. It's not even a Griffin Legion. As some Kossovite Dervishes dive in with Griffin Legion to help fight against the Bleak Swords. There are 4 chaff infantry left for the Dark Elves and 1 healthy Dark Shard. On the other side for Kislev, they have 1 healthy infantry. It's a Kislevite warrior. Golden Knight's fighting on top of a different Kislevite warrior that looks like Olaf immediately realizes that, does run away. He's like, no. We're not going to fight on top of your halberds. No, fuck that. Little Grom, dangerously close to routing. There he goes. Routing in the trees as Bleak Swords chase him down. Olaf still has a lot of infantry left, but Kislev did recapture the point sneakily, getting a Kislevite warrior back there somehow. One thing I hate about Murderous Prowess is you can't control when it pops. Yeah, it'd be nicer if you could just proc it yourself, for sure. Golden Knight's going to tear right away from Tsarina. They got a little bit of damage up, but they weren't able to finish her off, and now they are pushed away. Dark Elves down to a lot of melee infantry. Their ranged has all been routed. Their cavalry's all been routed. They're going to need to regroup unless they get picked apart by Kislev. Except for this one. This one chasing down Little Grom is very important. Otherwise, Kislev will just sit and shoot you. But you're going to have to grab all your infantry, get them back over here, form a defensive formation, and just withstand the cycle charges as best you can to hold the point. Best you can do, honestly. Little Grom still trying to rout, surrounded by Bleak Swords, not taking that much damage, considering it's surrounded by Bleak Swords. A lot of them aren't swinging, which does highlight what I was saying about Chariots earlier, where, listen, if CA can fix the issue where people chasing stuff, especially Chariots, just don't swing at it, that'd be great. But considering they haven't done that yet, and it's been a problem forever, I'm guessing they don't know how, and I would just like Missile Chariots nerfed. Because they're so jank. So jank, so frustrating. Dark Elves reforming around the central point. Katerin coming back over to see what she can do about it. We still have that half-health Winged Lancer, full-health Kislevite warrior. But that's about it. You have a lot of chaff to get through. I think this largely comes down to how much Winds of Magic Katerin has left. If she has 2 more overcasted Ice Maiden's Kisses to go through these guys, she'll be fine. If she doesn't, I don't know if she could Psycho Charge this one. You have good cycle charging animations as Tsarina to get out of problems, but Scourge Runners using their mass to block you in might be a bit of an issue, and your animations are good at getting you out of trouble. They're not great at dealing damage. They're okay at dealing damage. Dark Elves take the point. Katerin's going to trundle along towards this random Bleak Sword. Full HP, more like 700 less HP. Kossovite Dervishes thought about charging the edge of the box. Olaf seems to agree with me on what he should do here as he groups up all of his infantry around that point. Bleak Swords are left on their own. Katerin will take a little bit of damage here, but another nice Ice Maiden's Kiss also gives her 20% damage resistance from Tsarina's item. She's doing really good damage to this healthy Bleak Sword. Good charge in from the Kislevite warriors, so both sides playing that good. I also do think that the Bleak Sword should just stand and fight because they got a little bit of damage out on Tsarina. Because if they kept trying to run away, they'd just take damage for free, and they weren't going to make it anyway. Scourge Runners immediately rout off a Kossovite Dervish, then return to their formation. And Olaf has officially made the box. It's a box, it's a box. He did make a box, and now the Bleak Swords are clumping up. Tsarina has a spell that'd be a good place. Could you hit 3 Dark Elves in the face? But it's not. It is not, so she didn't have the magic. 200 points left before the Dark Elves win. Can Kislev break that box in time? If they break that box, they'll never reclaim the point. That's not a thing. Because if they're in the position to reclaim the point, it means they routed off enough stuff that army losses is going to hit anyway. But Kislev can't possibly take the point. They just need to kill all these Dark Elves in the next 3 minutes. They have 180 tickets. Each ticket goes up once a second. That is 3 minutes. Quick math. Tsarina is waiting for a Kislevite warrior to get here. And then she is just going to burrow her way through some braced Dread Spears anyway. Breaks their charge defense, allows the Kislevite warriors to charge in with their whopping 6 charge bonus. So pretty whatever. But Tsarina's going to back out. Wing Lancers also charge in. Glorious Charge applies a leadership debuff like you just got charged in the rear. And Tsarina's back in. Now, she does apply Terror, which is going to be a big problem. We already see a Scourge on Chariot Terror routing. Another one is awfully close. And Tsarina wiggle waddles her way sideways through the enemy. Okay, that was spooky. As this Bleak Sword is thinking about terror routing. Tsarina desperately needs an Ice Maiden's Kiss down the line, but if she hasn't used it by now, I'm just starting to think she doesn't have one. Terror routes away another Scourge on Chariot. That Scourge on Chariot already terror routed, so it is immune to terror as it comes back. But all these Bleak Swords, all these Dread Spears are not. The Dark Elves are all terror routing with so much HP left. They have so much HP, but the attack in the rear penalty from bullshit-ass Glorious Charge applying a leadership debuff for some godforsaken reason. If that Bleak Sword routes, this is over, and they do. They terror out away. Army losses is for sure going to take out the Dark Elves at this point. No way it's holding. It's because of this one guy. You have one guy who's still in the game. But with all these Dark Elves routing and stuff, I mean, the Wing Lancers are just going to chase them down. They won't let them return to the fight, and the Tsarina is going to win it out in the end. Dark Elves couldn't hold. Their leadership is too poopy. Glorious Charge is too scary. Scourge on Chariot's back, starts with the Kislevite warriors, get a bit of damage out. Tsarina's down to 900 HP. Can the Dark Elves rally? That is really the thing. I don't think they will, because, I mean, these Wing Lancers are making damn sure that they don't. If this guy routs, it's over. The game will literally end, because there's no units that are in combat. Are you seriously telling me that that Scourge on your Chariot at that HP is enough to keep army losses at bay? You're damn right it isn't. Never before have so many Dark Elves been so fucking cowardly. I thought Olaf might have... And then OBS disconnect for like the 900th time this stream. Scourge Runner Chariots. Someone was saying Scourge Runner Chariots suck ass. That person was wrong, because they both paid for themselves with gusto. We're still around in the late game. Katerin got 2,700 value. Kislevite Warriors did fine. Kosovo Dervishes did fine. Wing Lancers did great. Griffin Legions struggled a bit more. Little Grom did well. Damn, the terror out. He could have ground through Kislev. He definitely could have. But Sexy Boy will stay here. He'll have to fight Berserk for our finals. Sexy Boy took a 2-0. We'll be moving on to the final game versus VM Berserk. Best of 3 for the championship. Now, this is Sexy Boy's second try-hard tournament qualifier final in a row. Last time he lost to Segos. Will he lose this time? To Berserker? The answer might surprise you. I'll be. Gonna go to the bathroom. I'm back. I got a midday beer because I deserve it. Doing my best. Should Kislev get a Streltsy hero? If so, what type of item should they get? They could. It would kind of serve the function of a master engineer, sorry, a regular engineer for the Empire and an engineer for the dwarves. They already have reload through the Drazina. So what I think, this might be a hot take, and look for the spirit of what I'm saying, if not the execution. You might be like, that's crazy unbalanced, or the numbers you're proposing are too high. Great, but like, listen to the concept. The numbers can be nerfed. But I think the problem with most missile heroes is they don't do enough damage for you to care about them. And if they did do enough damage, it would be kind of toxic. Like, imagine a 360 shooting single entity that does enough damage that it hurts you, but then it has all the jank of like the skirmish chariots we've been talking about. So I think the Streltsy hero for Kislev should be not 360 shooting, just fires in a cone in front of him, and does pretty significant damage, but not crazy damage. And then he'll need to be much more of a support hero. I think he should get a Gorbad Ironclaw level buff, but for ranged units. You know how he has Orcs Are the Best, and it does 50% flat damage increase, whether it's base or armor piercing? I would give something like that, like a 50% increase to missile damage, armor piercing or not. Like something crazy, or honestly even maybe 100%. Just as like when this buff is on, that ranged unit firing is going to do crazy damage. And then I would probably have around him an AoE aura that's like 35 meters, or honestly even 25, just very short. But if he's standing on top of a ranged unit, I would have a plus, I don't know how you'd code it exactly, but a conversion rate where it turns all of your base weapon strength in base armor, base range damage into armor piercing. So any ranged unit he is immediately standing on, because the circle range is tiny, would have 100% armor piercing damage. So I'd probably have a short range passive buff that increases armor piercing of some kind. It doesn't have to be that. You don't have to change it to from base to armor piercing, but he should buff armor piercing near him. And then a targeted flat damage increase. And I think he should just be a ranged support hero. I don't really think they should do a thing where it's like, he's a tiny hero, either on foot or on a horse, that does so crazy much damage, because then he's going to be hard to shut down and people are going to think he's toxic. I definitely think you go the support way. He should be the Empire's Master Engineer, but on a bear. That just sounds toxic. Like, that just sounds awful. What would you change about the Vampire Coast? Yes, the targeting change needs to happen across Total War in general. And the targeting change Hat for a Cat's talking about, in case you don't know, watch organ guns, a Hellblaster volley gun, a flame cannon, or a Necrofex Colossus shoot at infantry walking straight at you. A lot of the time, they will aim at the corner of a unit for some reason, not the center. So then they'll get very little damage off on the side. It's pretty terrible. So yes, changing how the targeting works would be a big buff for them. I also think that they need better mortars. Because Queen Bess is like your elite mortar, but she's super easy to shut down. With archer fire, with counter artillery fire, with spells, with light cavalry, with skirmish cavalry. She's weak to too many things, and she's weak. She's only good at a couple things, which isn't very good. I think you need like a higher tier mortar. You know, you have your 650 base mortars, leave them as they are, right? And then get like 1400 gold drum mortars or something. Like, they're just bigger mortars or whatever, but their explosion radius is much larger and their armor piercing. I think that would help them clear out elite infantry on the charge, and they're still artillery, so they're pretty easy to shut down. That could be good. I think Mourngulls actually have gotten good recently. Crabs have been good, Animated Hulks have been good, so their monstrous infantry are doing well. Their single entities still aren't that good, Rotting Leviathans are kind of having a moment because of collision attacks, but it's not a great moment. It's just kind of there. Deathstreak Terrorgeists are terrible, so their single entities are still pretty bad. I'd like to see a cost decrease for Necrophex Colossi and getting their aiming fixed, and I think that one's fine. Terrorgeist needs a pretty significant cost decrease or a buff to its damage so it's actually scary. And for that one, I would make the Terrorgeist worth its cost rather than decrease its cost, right? I think Terrorgeists need to be a lot better than they are. They just kind of feel like wet noodles. Because I like to balance around what I see in the game. And that sounds stupid, but bear with me for a second. Like, I like when a unit does what I can visually imagine it doing. When you see a Grail Knight charge an Empire Knight, the Grail Knight should decimate that Empire Knight, and it currently does that. That's good unit interaction balance. Whether or not the cost is correct is not what I'm talking about. It's in the game, the unit does what it looks like it should do. Corn Halberds, you charge a big monster into there, the Corn Halberds tear apart that monster, that's good unit design. I think the Terrorgeist isn't that. When I watch the Terrorgeist land on something, I'm like, oh boy, whatever that is about to get its ass kicked, and then it doesn't. And then it does not. So I don't want to see cost decreases on this thing. I want that monster that looks so cool to do things that monster should be able to do. Like, I think if the Terrorgeist lands on a foot character, it should dominate the foot character, but instead it kind of knocks it around a little bit. I think if a Terrorgeist gets into a fight with, like, a giant, it should be a close fight, and it's not. The Terrorgeist gets its ass kicked by a giant. A lot of things do, to be fair. But it's like, you know, you get what I'm saying, is the Terrorgeist isn't even that good of a duelist. It's okay. But it looks like it should be amazing. So, yeah. I think the Terrorgeist needs some significant buffs. They need some better artillery. For being an artillery faction, they just have cheap artillery. They don't have good artillery. Carronades are cheap. They're fine, but they're cheap. Mortars are cheap. They're fine, but they're cheap. You don't have actually, like, good artillery. Artillery's going to fuck up your day. I think their gunnery mobs are good right now. They have a good spread. Pistols do what pistols should do. Handguns do what handguns should do. Bombers are awesome. Hand cannons are actually kind of having a moment, but they're anti-air, anti-monster. Their monstrous infantry are all very good. And I think their infantry is okay. The only thing I would change there is give Depth Guard the dual axe variant. Give those Depth Guard armor piercing. Because they just kind of need it. Like, there's no reason to just take Depth Guard right now. They churn through low armor targets. Okay, so do bombers. Why don't you just use bombers for much cheaper? Depth Guard end up just getting kited, so. Those would be the changes. Vampire Coast is so close to being strong. Artillery aiming at the corner of units has been a thing since Empire Total War. I think it's a stupid way of balancing artillery. Boo! Who cares? Artillery's badass. Huge bias. Artillery is by far my personal favorite unit type in these types of games. So, yeah, of course I'm going to be like, buff the fuck out of them. I love artillery. I'm an artillery gamer. Artillery has not been meta for quite a long time. But back in Warhammer 2, I used to run Empire builds versus Tomb Kings with 4 cannons. Oh, shit was dope. But yeah, I'm an artillery enjoyer, and they haven't been great for a while. They're currently doing better than they were. Artillery's not in a bad spot. It's just not great. You know what I mean? It's mid. Heavy infantry or riot. Okay, finals is up. We have Berserk, game 1 versus Sexy Boy. Berserk taking the OP Ogres, Ogre Kingdoms. Now, if you're wondering how Ogres keep making it through, do remember each player has 2 blind bans before even entering the tournament. A lot of Demons of Chaos and Dwarf bans are floating around, which is why you haven't seen those factions, but you do see Ogres quite a bit. They slip through as the 3rd best. We have Triple Iron Guts, Ogre Bulls all around, Noblars, a Noblar Scrap Launcher. We have a Butcher of Heavens with Comet and Chain Lightning. We have a Bruiser. And we have an Ogre Paymaster with Cash Cascade, Gold Glorious Gold for 2 melee buffs. Then we have a Fistful of Laurels melee buffs. That's a lot of melee buffs. I am concerned. The other side for Grand Cathay, we have some Jade Lancers to do a bit of chasing. Zhengdu War Drum has recently been rising in priority. It's almost always, it never switches. It's always the Disdain of the Dragon Emperor. No one ever sits on Bastion of the Great Cities. It's just Disdain. So you pop out ITP for your whole build, melee attack and reload skill, and it can pretty much reach your entire formation. You can see that it's reaching all the way out to these Jade Warriors. It's the only thing it won't reach is like these Jade Lancers. So his whole build is getting ITP and extra melee attack. Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warriors, mixed in throughout, a couple Iron Hail Gunners, and one Grand Cannon to counterfire against the Scrap Launcher. But this map has a ton of trees. You can see he tried to position it so that the Ogres would have to come through the trees to get to the point, and then he could shoot them. But Berserk is trying to just keep his Scrap Launcher behind those trees and really fuck with the cannon. And to anybody who wonders why we have rules about forest camping in land battles, this is Conquest, I'm not complaining. But I just saw a perfect example to talk about it. People are like, why do you have forest? People should be allowed to sit in the forest. Watching cannonballs bounce off of trees instead of impacting them or knocking them down or splintering them, turning trees into frag grenades. Like just watching them bounce off of trees like rubber balls. Yeah, we ban people from being in forests because these forests don't behave like normal forests. Is it advantageous to hide in a forest if you're like kiting your enemy or plotting an ambush? Yeah, but if you're telling me in the real world you can just sit in a forest while cannons pummel the shit out of it, nothing bad is gonna happen to you. I hope you're wearing a suit of armor because those wood splinters are gonna blind your ass. As we just watch the cannonballs just bloop off the trees. These are also flaming cannonballs, so they'd also be starting a forest fire, depending on the trees in question. Nobbler Scrap Launcher firing up and over the trees, getting free value onto Grand Cathay. And this is a big problem, actually. Because Cathay, if the point was way over here, Cathay could just be like, all right, you could shoot with your Scrap Launcher, but eventually you're going to have to come get the point. They have to walk all the way up to the point, and the point is right next to this bank of trees. So if they have to take the point with their formation, they are completely gutting their Iron Hail Gunner's capacity to deal damage. What? Hello? Alright, just American Red Cross spamming the shit out of me. Because I only gave them blood and not my entire life, apparently. Warhammer World Trios are made of titanium diamond composite until they start moving. Blood Vultures from Berserk landed onto the Grand Cannon, trying to take them out. They are also going to get some good damage onto the mounts themselves. Grand Cathay cannons specifically are very easy to kill the actual cannon mounts. As we can see, we're already down to 2 out of 4 as the Blood Vultures are about to rout, but they've just reduced that cannon's capacity by half. Berserk still throwing in with his Scrap Launchers, and Jade Lancers need to be scrambled to figure out what to do. Cannons are back online and firing, but they're down to 2 out of 4 models. And we have Yambo. I didn't mention him, but we have Shem's Burning Gaze and a Netcaster for the Ogres, as 4 Iron Guts in a giant pile move up with Fistful of Laurels, and then I think we're about to get a Cast Cascade or something. Net of Amnatok is out. In comes a Chain Lightning. In comes the Comet thingy. Because Berserk is just trying to stop these Iron Hails from punishing this giant blob of monstrosities. Does get rid of one of the Iron Hail Gunners, force the other ones to dodge for a bit. We have 2 Iron Hail Gunners trying to fire over here. They're getting some damage out, but also some other Ogre Bulls got through the front line just barely. And they're just distracting these guys bit by little bit. There comes the Cash Cascade. 95 melee attack for these Iron Guts. We are going to need some form of backup. Some other spears are going to have to run forward. We see Jade Warriors being pulled out of the rear guard to move up to the front. Peasant Long Spears are doing the same. Dismember slows and damages these Iron Hail Gunners, making sure they can't retreat even if they wanted to. And Yenbo might have to turn to his dragon form soon to start providing terror, but also to get away from this Ogre Paymaster Bruiser double team that seems to be going on. We do have Iron Hail Gunners in the back line shooting at Iron Guts, firing up and over the Ogre Bulls, who are charging straight into the spears, so maybe, possibly, Cathay can hold on. But in comes another Comet. Good dodge from the Iron Hail Gunners, but Berserk just keeping these Iron Hails moving rather than stopping and firing is a nuisance for them. 3 Iron Hails still up, and this is getting a little concerning for Berserk. This is a disaster area. Another overcasted net from Yenbo as he locks these guys in place around the Zhengdu war drum. The spears are more courageous than ever to keep fighting because of that drum, because of Yenbo's presence. That's a lot of leadership for them, and the Iron Hill Gunners are just melting through these guys. Still, we have a cannon firing off and on. Yenbo is deciding to stay where he's at, still refuses to turn to his dragon form. Now, to be fair, in his dragon form, he is much easier to surround and get a lot of damage out onto, but I just worry when he's infantry sized. These guys do have bonus versus infantry, and he's surrounded by a lot of them. But Berserk is getting slapped. His build was creative, his tactics were ingenious and mighty and scary, but also his damage value is down about 2,000. His ogres are running out of steam, and he's quickly getting down to the ogre hero hammer of just 3 ogre heroes versus an awful lot of Grand Cathay. And I disagree with Flying Taco. He has gotten into a call with me. Flying Taco has been said, "Human boy, you ugly, stupid, dumb piece of shit. Your mother was right about you. You deserve nothing in this world, and I hope you die." And ogres are OP, and their heroes are OP. But I say, Flying Taco, yes to all of that, except for ogre heroes are specifically bad. I think single entity ogre units are terrible, and I will always say that. Now, I'm not talking about Stonehorns. I'm talking about single entities that are ogres. I think their combat stats are pretty bad. I think their combat effectiveness is pretty bad. I dislike them. I think you should just go with Slaughtermaster, like literally every matchup, just Slaughtermaster, take no heroes. But you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm trash. Berserk backs out. Grand Cathay goes up 1-0. Give Yambo and Miao Yang a useful spell in dragon form. That's true. He can't cast his net in dragon form. That's correct, Olaf. Yambo, useful for his nets. Didn't even get to use his execution because the last 3 things on the battlefield were the 3 ogre single entities. But the Iron Hails paying for themselves. Ironically, because of the specific build he was fighting, the Iron Hails were worth their weight in gold, and the ogres were not. Paymaster did not get a lot of value. The Heavens Caster kept everybody dodging, but the Bruiser and the Paymaster together, that's like 2,300 gold that got about 400 value back. I do not have anything nice to say about ogre single entities. I think they're terrible. Blood Vulture did right, Scrap Launcher did right, Iron Guts just got netted and locked down. GG's. I'll get the blocker back up in case anybody has a build I shouldn't be seeing. Sexy Boy goes up 1-0. Paymaster is solid. Wrong. Wrong. Incorrect. Berserk has to reverse sweep to win this.
It's a best of 3. That's not that impressive. Reverse sweep usually implies to a best of 5 or longer. Cause this, I mean, he won 1 game. He won 1 game. Is that really a reverse sweep?
Technically it is. Technically he is. He has to 2-0 to win. That's a reverse sweep.
Okay, but I feel like you're undermining the value of the term when you say it like that.
Well, I'm not. We're on Peasant's Pasture. Another Bretonia map with a lot of trees. Unlucky. I don't know about tournament, but I'm in campaign. You kind of want the shooting Noblars. Doesn't matter if you get netted. Give some of those. Noblar Trappers? Yeah, they're alright. I think they're a bit rich in multiplayer for, what are they, 500 gold now? Are they 500 or 450? They're a little rich. They are good. There's just other things that are also fantastic. Stop imitating my counter comments, you boy. Hey, it's Axpeed. You get that nerd who's complaining about best of 3s of this stream. Hat for a cat. You know what I can also be really good? Okay, watch this. No. I'm actually proud of this impression, even though it's an impression everyone can do. I am actually proud of it, but now that I'm nervous, I'm gonna fuck it up. but I usually do a pretty good Christopher Walken. I was walking down the sidewalk to go get some scaving. Some scaving. Some little rat men. Little men who are rats. And the local witch hunter, he said to me, you can't just grab rat men. And I said, fuck you, witch hunter. Popped him in his mouth. That was terrible. It was cringe. My normal impression is better. But I'm on stream and I'm nervous. And Black Knight with the 20 Canadian schmeckles. Thanks for the streams, Hubs. Hell yeah, dude. More Jimmy Stewart than Christopher Walken. I got nervous by that guy. That's true. I got nervous. I cringed it up. Why you do this to Christopher Walken? I don't know. Because I'm a bad person. More Jimmy Stewart. Who the fuck is Jimmy Stewart? I don't know this old reference. Speaking of old references, real question, is Christopher Walken dead? I actually don't know. Is he still alive? Peaceful Romancer, that was the least name appropriate thing to hop in here and say. I just met a guy in a hallway. Oh, your name is Peaceful Romancer? That's cool. What do you have to say? Gelt, Lustria, and Napalm. Roast the furries and scalies. Sigmar, bless the Empire. That was Christopher running. Yeah, he was in Dune. Alright, lit. Christopher running. I like that. He's in Severance too? What the hell? I've been watching. Segos, you still there? Segos! I've been watching more Star Wars The Clone Wars. Okay, I gotta admit, I skipped like 7 episodes. I didn't watch. You want to talk about balance? I didn't say balance, Peaceful Romancer. I just said your name is Peaceful Romancer and you came in here talking about burning people alive. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying your name and that statement did not go well together. But anyway, I've been watching the Star Wars The Clone Wars. I'm almost done with it. I'm so close to the end. And I get to like season 5. We're in full swing. And then I see a 3 or 4 episode arc about Jedi younglings trying to escape pirates, and then pirates have to team up with the younglings. I just read the episode like blurbs, and I couldn't hang. I was like, no, I have zero interest in any Star Wars media that contains children. So I skipped those, and then I saw R2-D2 and C-3PO were fucking around for 4 more episodes. I skipped those. So I skipped those. But dude, no, shut up. No. I know there's a delay, and you're gonna be like, don't criticize my show. I'm not. I'm just saying I skipped some episodes because I didn't give a shit about them, right? But shut up, Segos. Here, so I just got to Darth Maul on Mandalore. That arc so far, Wego. That is a great arc. Maul is so good now. Because in the Phantom Menace, I loved him because he was silent and spooky, and he had a double-bladed red lightsaber, which was dope as hell. But in the Clone Wars, I don't love the voice actor for him at first. It's grown on me, but at first I wasn't sure about it. I love what they're doing with this character. He is so fucking funny. Oh, my apprentice. We must go do this thing. I am Darth Maul. I am wiser. I am smarter. I am better than everybody. Hey boss, that plan went horribly awry. Shit! Okay, I have a new plan because I am smarter and better. And fuck, that one didn't work either. Okay, new plan. He just keeps making up these plans. But the thing is he never acknowledges how much he's fucked up in the recent past. It's not even like a long time ago I fucked up. It's that he just like he fucks something up and immediately goes, my shitty little apprentice. Watch how your master does amazing things. And it's like, you are currently being tortured because you fucked up. And then like some twist of fate will save Maul and it'll be like, all according to plan. I'm like, bullshit according to your plan. So the Mandalore arc was funny because they were drifting through space after Kenobi kicks his ass. and the Death Watch find them floating through space. They were literally freezing to death when the Death Watch found them, and the Death Watch put them in like a hospital and bring them back to life. And as Darth Maul wakes up, he goes, "Oh, all part of my plan. Let's use these minions to take over Mandalore." And Savage is like, "Good plan, Master." And I'm like, 5 more minutes in space and you were dead. This is a bad plan. But it's so good. I love Maul. I love this version of Maul. Because, like, here's the thing, is they actually make him powerful. That's the follow-up. And that's the good part of overconfident characters. If you make a character overconfident, you need to give them a reason to be... Oh, OBS disconnected. But, they put Darth Maul in prison, and when he wakes up, he's in prison, he's like, huh. He waits for the jailers to leave, then he just uses the Force, crushes the steel gate, and walks out, and he's like, anyway... And it's like, okay, yeah, if you can just crush steel bars with your mind, then yeah, I would be overconfident too. But when they have someone be overconfident, like, I don't know. Honestly, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Honestly, a little bit. He gets his ass kicked in the show a lot, and I like Obi-Wan's premise for a character. But when he uses the Force, it's usually like, I am a Jedi Master and I'm the greatest Force user in the entire galaxy. Now watch the might of my light side power. I can lift an apple. Do you see it? Do you see the apple? Oh, I had to drop it. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh, holy shit. But you guys saw that. I lifted the apple, right? And then the dark side people, like fucking Maul, Force strangle 3 people, break someone else's neck from across the room, push out the steel bars from a wall, and yet when Obi-Wan meets up with Darth Maul, he's like, people who fall to the dark side are weak. Only the light side has true strength. Give me a break. Give me a break, dude. I would fall to the dark side too, looking at the disparity between your power levels. And you say the dark side is easier? That's the thing too, is Obi-Wan's like, the light side is like way harder to do. Okay, it's way harder to do for no fucking results. Be a Sith. Be apparently a bad Sith and you're still a god compared to any Jedi. It's so funny. Hondo is the best character. Hondo is so great. He's so great. Oh, love Hondo. His voice actor is also fantastic. I've been loving the show. It's a good show.
And Harbor Freight.
Uh-oh. We do shit. No. Sego sent me something. I'll watch it after the stream. It's 7 minutes long. I didn't know it was 7 minutes long when I clicked on it. Okay. What are we doing? Total War Warhammer? Sure. Sexy Boy on Demons of Chaos versus Berserk's Beastmen. Sexy Boy switches over to Beastmen. I think he's just checking something. Because behind the blocker, he had a fully built Demons of Chaos build, so he's ready to go. Berserk hits ready up. Should be in the game in a second. Whew. Hondo is great in Rebels, too. I am on the fence about whether or not to watch Rebels, because here's the thing. I am powering through Star Wars content on Disney Plus. I'm not going to watch any of the new shit. That's just, sorry, putting it out there. If you like the new stuff, that's your deal. I don't. From what I've seen about it, it's just going to make me pissed off. But I am watching the good ones. So Rebels is on my list, Andor is on my list, and I'm currently watching the Clone Wars. And then I'm going to unsubscribe from Disney Plus so I can stop giving them money every month. But I don't know if I'll do Rebels, because I'm just like, I watched obviously all of the Clone Wars, which is 7 seasons. So I'm in season 5 and I'm halfway through it. That's a lot of Star Wars. I also watched Rogue One again. I watched the original trilogy and I watched the prequels. So that's a lot of fucking Star Wars, guys. A lot of Star Wars. I don't know if I can do it, but I'm trying to hang on. If you were content with the Clone Wars, yeah. If you want a 3-game series between Berserk and Sexy Boy, you are rooting for the Demons of Chaos. Wait, no, sorry. If you want a game 3, you're rooting for the Beastmen. If you want to see the truly most OP faction in the entire game, then you're rooting for the Demons of Chaos, largely considered to be the best faction multiplayer right now, just due to their variety of strategies they can bring and how many OP units they can leverage, including Seekers, Fiends, the ROR, Hellforged Bellowers cannon thing. Really good Lord options, good Lords of Magic. I think I mentioned the Seekers already, but yeah, Soul Grinders of Tzeentch, Changebringers, Burning Chariots of Tzeentch, all those things. Okay. Let's cover these builds, huh? Fleshhounds of Khorne, Seekers of Slaanesh, Fiends of Slaanesh for the mobility of the Demons of Chaos. We have Svark, the Feathered Prince, in the sky. He has Gaze of Fate, a very good net. Minus 40 melee attack and cannot move is a death sentence for the Beastmen. If any Centaurs get caught with that, they will die before it wears off. And then Pink and Blue Fire is good at taking out low armored Beastmen targets. 4 Blue Horrors for a front line, 2 Pink Horrors, including the Sour Guts for a back line. You see 1 Nurgling. You don't often see much of a melee frontline for Demons of Chaos. Just a lot of the demonic frontline units aren't that good. Some are, but a lot aren't. On the other side, for the Centaurs of, I guess the Beastmen are the Centaur faction now. Oops. For the Beastmen, Centaurs, Zongors, Gore Herds, more Zongors and Centaurs all along the back, full Vanguard deployment. And then in the main line, you have 4 more Centaurs with throwing axes, a Feral Manticore, and Malagor Dark Omen with Doom and Darkness. And Something Wicked This Way comes for a combined negative 20 leadership debuff for those demonic instability crumbling units. Star Wars lore videos, then you can business expense your subscription. Would anybody give a shit about Star Wars lore videos from me? I'm pretty sure this is a Warhammer channel. I don't think people would also subscribe for Star Wars lore bullshit. Besides, then I'd have to like read books and comics and it'll all be a mess. Battle starts, and Demons of Chaos definitely see these guys creeping up behind them. They're trying to reorganize their battle lines. Since everything is ending up on this side, they're just trying to hard retreat over this way. And then you can form a new battle line with the Beastmen closing in on your left and right flank, not behind you. Svark lands in Zongors, overcasts Pink Fire down the side, gets rid of their barrier, and does some damage to them as the Fleshhounds also get a bit of damage out. But so far, it's not going to be enough to peel them off. I'm here mostly for PvP. Call me a meta witcher. Meta watcher. Alright, other Zongors getting pretty close to routing. Svark is taking some damage, but this is turning into an awfully big blob from Berserk on top of Svark. Doom and Darkness overcast out from Malagor to get the Fleshhounds to fade away, and he's going all in on this Lord Snipe of Svark. That is difficult to pull off. Another overcasted Pink Fire from Svark is going to tear out off the Zongors, but he needs to get out of there. He's taking a lot of damage, and Doom and Darkness plus Something Like This Way comes as making him very fragile. Blue Horrors getting absorbed into the Centaur masses, but Pink Horrors and Blue Horrors will counterfire back into them. Svark is 6 leadership away from demonic instability crumbling, and we have Seekers and Fiends butchering the Beastmen, and they desperately rush over to help Svark out. In comes a Gaze of Fate to keep the Manticore off his ass, and he needs to get back up into the sky. Svark took a pounding in this early engagement, but he will survive and get to safety. Speaking of safety, the Manticore flies while netted because apparently it didn't take any damage from Seekers or Fiends. Centaurs get wiped off the map. Berserk is ahead on balance of power. We have demonic instability taking out a couple Blue Horrors here and there. The Sour Guts are trying to hold for now, and Seekers and Nurglings also going to demonic instability crumble. All of the demonic instability crumbling just hitting the Demons of Chaos right now is pretty damn brutal as Vark gets attacked by a Manticore in the sky. His incredibly low HP might mean he actually loses this duel with the Manticore, but he definitely doesn't want the duel at all. Even if he technically wins, he'll be so low that he'll wish he hadn't fought it. Elsewhere for the Seekers and the Fiends, they're still taking a lot of damage. Flock of Dooms from Malagor really weighing on their minds as they try and tear through Zongors and Gore Herds. It is proving quite difficult. There goes the last Seeker, demonic stability crumbling away. It's down to one Fiend and Svarek. Try and carry this game, honestly. We have some Pink Horrors, we have some Blue Horrors, but they're not going to carry. Fiends right off the Manticore quick. Keep Svarek. You can just do a video, it's not like you distract from the others. I would if you made videos about EU and Legends too. All right. We're a Star Wars channel now, understood. This is the last hope for the Demons of Chaos to win this game, is the Fiends and Svarik teaming up and killing Malagor, or the Feral Manticore. Now, he probably has his Gaze of Fate net up. And Malagor flies away, because classic Malagor flies no matter what the situation is. That was probably the last chance, is just sniping out the Beastman Lord, and then, you know, army lossing them off of leadership later. Pink fire through these guys as the Fiends fight back. Svarik is crazy low on HP. 1700 left as he paths away from a full health Malagor. Tries to go land over here to provide terror and knock away these Centaurs. He's trying to bait Malagor into chasing him onto the ground, into the Fiends, where he can maybe throw down a Gaze of Fate and kill him off. Instead, he uses the Gaze of Fate on the Manticore. Fiends charge him, but Malagor gets a free charge onto Svarik. Svarik is trying to stay alive, get out of here. Goes over to fight the Manticore. Misses his first attack, because classic Svarik things. Just classic. Always missing. Gets a little bit of barriers back. He's going to do okay. Elsewhere, though, pink horrors, blue horrors all dying off. Centaur is still Centagoring around. An awful lot of them. Fiends and Zorak attempt to take out Malagor. Now, some of this is a little fraudulent. There's a full health Fiend? Sexy boy, where has this been? Where is this Fiend been, sexy boy? You can't just leave a full health Fiend off in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, dude. Okay, all right. That definitely changes my calculus on this. I was going to say the demons can for sure win this with just this Fiend and Svarik, because if you kill the Manticore, Malagor is full HP. That is some fraudulent balance of power on a Caster Lord. It doesn't matter if he has 1 HP or 5,000. Malagor is as effective either way. Doom and Darkness down on a rear-charged Fiend. The Fiends are really struggling to take out the Feral Manticore. But with a... No! The Overcast almost takes out the Feathered Prince! Sexy boy, no! He's so low on HP now as he dives back in to try and save the Fiend, but too much went wrong. Forgetting the Fiend somewhere, wherever it was, is a disaster. The Fiend's doing no damage to the Manticore for like 7 minutes straight was also just fucked up. That's GG. You hate to see it. Yeah, I hate to see it. Svarik, underwhelming, unfortunately. Pink and blue horrors did alright. Seekers struggled. Fiends struggled, honestly, a little bit too. Malagor did pretty well. His Doom and Darknesses were clutch. A lot of things around the battlefield, just demonic instability crumbled so fast, but it was the Centaur show, as usual, when you play Beastmen. The Feral Manticore got an even 1,000 value. Love to see it. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Ow! My little brain. 5-hour stream, absolute poggers. Dude, you have to remember that I've been streaming since 8 this morning. So, 7.5 hours. I've been streaming a long time. Because we streamed the Faction War Finals this morning. 8 a.m. my time start. It is 3:30 now. Do your own math. When is the 20-hour stream? You guys didn't hit that subscriber goal. Games like this where I don't play multiplayer need to be real skilled to handle all the chaos and no pause. That's true, Oakenwood, but then isn't it impressive to watch people that do? This is the final game of the day no matter what. It is a best of 3. Both players have 1 point. We are on to Parrot Ridge. Conquest, apparently. Grace wanted to go grocery shopping after this. Then I got to work out. Then I got my high school friends like I do every Sunday night. Then I got to go to work. And then guess what, bitches? Guess what? No, don't guess what. Fuck you, you don't get to guess. Guess what? I get a big weekend of some kind. All right, so I have every Wednesday off because I work 4/10. So I work 10 hours Monday, Tuesday. I work 10 hours Thursday, Friday. Well, this week, I've been working my ass off. I feel burnt out because I haven't taken PTO since like last year. So I took Thursday and Friday off. So I have the 12th off because I always do. 13th and 14th off because I took PTO. I have the 15th and 16th off because it's the weekend. And then I have the 17th off because it's a holiday. And we get that off for free. So I will have 6 days off in a row. I'm very excited for that. I need that in my life. I have a lot of videos I need to record. I have a couple streams I need to do. That'll be fun. $84-hour stream? No! No! Why is everything about streaming with you? Oh, I'm sleepy. It's been a long stream. Well, 2 different long streams. Because you don't interact with us outside of stream. I am very active in my own life because I'm making videos all the fucking time. ABH, thank you, sir. Blackjack and no kite? Blackjack and no kite. Oh, I just make videos. That's all I do. Make videos. Stream. Hoping to practice a bit. People stop making fun of me. As these two do picks and bans, they're still hovering Demons and Beastmen, so I think it's official they haven't picked yet. What's the ratio of factions where the meta is Legendary Lord versus generic? Okay. Okay, Clam. Let's just go to this thing. Okay. Beastman is Malagor. That is 1 for Legendary Lord. Bretonia is always a Legendary Lord. Chaos Dwarves, almost always a generic Lord. Demons of Chaos. Yeah, a generic Lord, because no one's taking fucking Be'lakor. So, Demons of Chaos, generic Lord. Dark Elves, very, very often a generic Lord. Dwarves, almost never a generic Lord. As a Legendary Lord. Grand Cathay, usually a Legendary Lord, even though I disagree. I think the generic Lord is the best, but I get ignored a lot. Greenskins is usually a generic Lord. We're currently 4 and 4, if I'm keeping track of my hands correctly. High Elves, usually generic Lord. It's much closer to a 50-50 spread, but I think it breaks in the way of generic Lords. Mostly just the generic mage, but also a lot of Imrik. You know what? They're flat out 50-50. I refuse to put them on either team. So we're back to 4 and 4. Khorne is always a Legendary Lord. We're at 5. Kislev is honestly usually a Legendary Lord. Sometimes the Ice Witch, but you see an awful lot of Zarina, so I'm going with that. Legendaries at 6, generics at 4. Lizardmen, very often Legendary Lord. There's a lot of Slans, but there's also a lot of Nakai and Mazdamundi, so I'm going to put them in the Legendary Lord category. That is 7 to 4. Norska, you have to do Legendary Lord. The generic sucks, and there's only one of them. Nurgle, generic Lord almost every time. It's 5 to 8 total. Ogre's generic Lord almost every time. That is 6 to 8. Skaven, Ikit Claw all the time. That is 6 to 9. Slanesh, generic Lord, quite a lot. Sometimes Azazel, but you see a lot of Herald and Exalted Keeper, so that is 7 to 9. Empire, often Legendary Lord, that's 7 to 10. Tomb Kings, Legendary Lord, 7 to 11. Tzeentch, more often Generic Lord, so that's 8 to 11. Vampire Coast, Legendary Lord, 8 to 12. Vampire Counts, Manfred definitely took over as the ones, that's 8 to 13. 13 is Legendary Lords. Warriors of Chaos is 8 to 14. They almost always take, like, a Legendary of some kind. And then Wood Elves, usually generic. No, there's a lot of Drycha. There's a lot of Drycha. So yeah, about 8 to 15. There you go, Clamp. Quick off-the-cuff rundown of every faction, whether it's generic or legendary. Roughly. And I already see Dafter and Sego is ready to start fights, and I don't care. It was close enough for an approximation of someone just asking me a thing in chat. Azazel 100%? Dude, I barely ever see Azazel. I see much more Herald and then Exalted Keep. I don't see a lot of Imric these days. I see an awful lot of just Mage. The Mage caster. Will, I didn't think you'd notice. Zinjas for sure, Kairos? What Zinj are you playing? They're almost always taking either that spawn summon hero guy, spawn summon main lord, or I think who even is a Zinj lord, because I just see that guy so much. Sometimes a herald. Every time I see someone lose with an archmage, I'm gonna say, you know what, that's Human Boy's fault. True. You watch some random noobs. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, alright. Was this Skaven propaganda? I mean, Raced took fucking a regular Exalted Lord of Change versus me last time we played. Ogres versus Zine. She took 2 Changebringers and Exalted Lord of Change with a Blue Fire. Mostly Exalted Chicken, yeah. I'm not seeing Kairos. I've seen 1 or 2 Kairoses here and there. I haven't seen a ton of Kairos. Kairos or Melee Lord? Melee Lord was one of the options. Oh, the Melee Lord is actually different than the Spawn Lord, isn't he? Kairos is better? Wrong! Wrong! He sucks! Yeah, Kairos doesn't suck. He's not great, but he doesn't suck. He is fine. He's about worth what you pay for him. His melee's terrible. His spell kit's fine. His net is good. Passives are good. Sexy Boy is flipped on to Kislev. Berserk is still just sitting on Beastman. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. You want Kairos to get healing back? No! That was such a terrible meta. That was so bad. Give Kairos Invocation to Heck. You know what? Sure, Necromancer. Give him Invocation to Heck, because it only affects dead units, which he has none, so... It affects the undead. I would love for you to give Kairos, like, a literally unusable spell. It's just some Zinchian trolling. He gets Invocation to Heck, can't target anyone on his fucking roster. Alright, last game is set. It's gonna be Zinch versus Kislev. Blue Fire plus Death passive is OP enough. It's pretty strong. Pretty strong. Kairos has a lot of dead units with Doomstar Crown. Like, yeah, but you can't, like, bring them back from the dead like that. Didn't they finally give Nakai Terra? Yeah, Nakai got Terra. Nakai's pretty good. Nakai's pretty good. Slans are usually better. Slans are usually a better option, but Nakai's alright. They better change banners. Both of them are blue. Blue banners. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Hey, who out there is gonna watch Who's gonna watch League of Legends today? Who's gonna watch the Super Bowl? Hey, who out there is gonna watch? I'm just checking in on my mic. Who's watching the Super Bowl? Who's watching League of Legends? I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Fuck that. Eagles versus Chiefs. I don't care. I hope both of them lose. Couldn't care less. League of Legends. League of Legends today. Neither. Oh my god. This is a 3-peat pass. Absolute pass. Y'all upset me. I do not like this hating Kairos chat. Human Boy, you ranked a bunch of different stuff. What's your favorite unit in the game considering both looks and use case? What is the worst? Oh. Alright. Favorite unit looks wise? Scarbrand. Use case? Probably Wolf Rats. I'm a big Wolf Rats enjoyer. Combined use and looks? Centaurs. Centaurs look dope and they're really good. What is the worst? Worst looking unit in the entire game is probably... Spearmen at Arms. Bretonia. They look pretty bland. Worst unit in the entire game? Honestly, Goblin Laborers. The Chaos Dwarf Goblin Laborers, I think, are the most fraudulent thing. I think they're literally a waste of 150 gold. They route so quickly, they're not even worth having. I will die on this hill. And as far as looks and use case together, still the Goblin Laborers fucking the whole game. I would watch the Superb Owl if only to see Taylor Swift getting caught making out with Trump in the booth. That's just gonna happen. Like, we already know that. The game is Kingdom Rush Origins. Goblin Laborers are useless since forever and I don't even play multiplayer. They're just a waste of your time. They don't do anything. Like, and I know they're 150 gold and they're very cheap and whatever, but they're not even worth 150 gold. Worst weapon type, dual weapons? Yes, for sure. Dual weapons is terrible. For sure it's garbage. I am sleepy. Berserk, build your Zinch army, damn you. Build it. He's spending too much time thinking, not enough time doing things. AV, are you worth 150 gold? You're worth 325. Boy, what would you change to fix the corn kite situation? Just needed a new unit to deal with it. So what corn needs to deal with kite is they need either a general fix. We've talked about this a lot during the stream, Clamp, so you'd have to rewind, and I don't want to bore people who've been here the whole time with this rant for like the third time today. Very, very short version is chariot type unit models need to be easier to hit in melee. When they're moving, because there's a lot of units for corn that can catch chariots and then just walk alongside them while getting shot, so that makes the kite infinitely more effective. So that's pretty bad. So you could fix that unit behavior, but also I think corn needs an anti-large ranged piece. And I know people are going to say that's not very Khorne, that's not lore friendly, and that wasn't in tabletop, and yada, yada, yada. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying... The argument for me isn't saying this was on tabletop. My argument is that would be good for their health in Total War Warhammer 3. Right? That's all I'm trying to say. But they need some kind of artillery piece to stop themselves from getting kited. Artillery is counter-kite. Longer range, high damage. It's supposed to force hybrid skirmishers off, and then your opponent has to engage you in melee, or at least get close enough that they can shut down the ranged piece and then go back to kiting you. Because kite only exists when you have a ranged advantage over the opponent, and you can keep them at arm's length. That is literally what kiting is. Keeping an object so far away that it is out of danger while dealing damage. That is kiting. So artillery, by nature, has longer range than the range tools trying to kite you, forcing them to be in range, and then they'll take bad traits. Khorne having extremely limited ranged options, not great. The RR Hell Cannon is really, the RR Skull Cannon is really good, but only versus infantry. It does nothing versus cavalry or chariots. Which is why you see all these builds versus Khorne now that are just cavalry and chariot skirmish, no infantry. And then the RR Skull Cannon can't shoot anything. It's boring, it's terrible to watch, but I get why they're doing it. So Khorne needs some anti-large, single-target artillery, like, you know, kind of like a bolt thrower or a cannon, like a regular cannon. That kind of thing that isn't anti-infantry as well. So, yeah. But, like, that might make Khorne overpowered because their current thing is the only way to beat them is to absolutely kite the shit out of them with horsemen and chariots. Then it's like, wow, Human Boy, take away their only weakness. Yeah, they would need nerfs alongside it so they're not toxic anymore. But that's roughly what they need to just stop getting kited, is they need a viable single entity targeting cannon piece. I'm not worth 150 gold according to society. That's mean to yourself, Dagroth. You can add one unit from any faction to the Skaven faction. What would be the best unit to add? Chaos Knights. Tanky heavy cav. Fuck yeah, we'd take that all day. Give Furies 200 speed. That seems like a lot. What is the one unit you would remove from the game if you could? Landship. Hellfire Cannon? I don't know what that is. A tank. A game with this many factions and units, I feel like factions having definitive weaknesses is needed. Giving every faction every type of unit feels odd, but for balance, I guess so. Rusty, that's true, but Khorne... Have you watched a lot of Khorne games recently? Because it's too far. Khorne is just constantly getting kited by pure cavalry and chariot builds because they literally can't deal with it. But if you take any infantry at all, they're going to instantly blow up your infantry and win the game. So it's like, that faction has clearly gone too far. And a faction can have an identity. Having one anti-large cannon will not turn Khorne into an artillery faction. It just gives them some kind of option against kite. It's not like Khorne ceases to be a melee heavy infantry killing faction with every other unit they currently have on their roster. They'll be fine. They just need something to deal with the other side. The other example is Nurgle. Nurgle is in a terrible spot right now because he's so quote-unquote thematic that he's garbage. Like, his whole thing is being slow and tanky, and that just doesn't work in Total War. Like, that's not a thing. Damage is way more important than health, so Nurgle just perpetually sucks. Berserk won a tournament with Khorne before they even got their DLC, and you want buffs? It's not a what? It's not a buff. I was just saying give them a different unit type so they're not getting constantly kited all the time. And then I did say you need nerfs alongside it. I literally said you need nerfs alongside it. How dare you, Oakenwood? Don't they have Scarbrand to make them fight? No, Scarbrand can't catch most things. He's too slow. And he's way too easy to shoot, so he just gets kited out. What the fuck is this map? Harrow Ridge, man. People will keep pushing for them to cover more weaknesses, and before you know it, same roster looks different. Yeah, then that takes away a lot of the mystique of different factions. Like, Skaven don't have heavy cav, and that's good. They shouldn't get heavy cav. But Skaven aren't also weak to literally one thing. Which, at this point, I'm half arguing with different people in the chat, so I'm not targeting one specific person. Corn is a better vampire count's changing my mind. Yeah, that's true, dude. Nurgle and Corn basically got created purely with domination in mind. Yeah, and it leads to extreme strategies to beat them in land battles. Well, Nurgle, you don't even need an extreme strategy. If you just have a pulse and a mouse, you can beat Nurgle on land battles. But Corn, you need to just not take any infantry in full kite. Builds like this, I know he's against Tzeentch, but like builds like this are very common against Corn, and it's really fucking tough to deal with. But versus Tzeentch, we also have the same thing. Triple light war sled, triple horse archer, 2 Griffin Legions, 3 Griffin Legions, double cost by Dervish, and then we have the Tsarina on her Frostworm with Death Frost and Ice Maiden's Kiss. And Kislev is going to deploy in the forest to try and stay safe from Tzeentch's blue fires or something? I don't know. For Berserk and Slaanesh, we have 5 Zongors deployed in the vanguard, but they're quickly going to retreat, seeing all that cavalry and chariots charging at them. We have Screamers of Tzeentch, and then triple Chaos Knights with lances, an Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, Marauders with spears, and a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with Plague of Rust, Searing Doom, and Final Transmutation. Also, to anybody out there who said Kairos Fateweaver is the best Tzeentch Lord, bar none, hey look, it's a generic Lord. I was right, fuck you. Triple Chariots and the Frostworm hang out on the point for a second, but it doesn't unlock, and then they have to run away as the Chaos troops come marching out of the woods. When did Slaanesh get more than 1 ranged unit? Don't Slaanesh have 1? They just have Marauder Horsemen, right? I don't think they have multiple ranged units. Kislev Kite is going to happen. I'm waiting, by the way, chat. I'm waiting for the people that keep popping in and saying Conquest is so perfect and better than land battles in every single way, when this exact Kislev build was taken versus my Khorne on land battles, and we had 3 different people come into chat to complain about how land battles are bullshit and Conquest is perfect. Hey, is that the same exact fucking build that happened on land battles? Where are the Conquest is shit cat people? Where are the Conquest is garbage comments popping up? Where are they? Chat, you fucks? It's almost like ranged chariots are annoying and toxic, and it doesn't matter what fucking game mode you're on. Look, they just took a full charge from Chaos Knights and didn't take any damage. Are ranged chariots a problem, human boy, or is it land battles? Must be land battles. God, I hate ranged chariots. I hate them so much. But CA won't nerf them, because every time I bring it up, fucking Anticity and Dov plays, who I will not name out of respect, pop in, and they're like, nah, dude, skirmish chariots are fun. And I say, no, they're not. And Dov plays an Anticity, who I will not name out of respect. Keep telling me that skirmish chariots are fun and interesting. All right, Plague of Rust plus an Exalted Flamer shot does reduce the armor of the Griffin Legion quite low, as the light war sleds continue to just kite around and shoot. Griffin Legion gonna get a side charge on the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Good damage in there. Good side charge. Glorious charge also doing a lot of work. And something was getting cast there. It is a Searing Doom. Hard to tell if that's overcast. Looks like it was undercast and it did a lot of damage. Undercast and Searing Dooms are a lot more targeted and focused. They can get more damage out. Sexy Boy is very far ahead on the damage value, if that's to be believed, though the balance of power doesn't see it quite that way. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch getting pretty low. Griffin Legion cost by Dervishes falling back. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal is currently getting fisted by a Snow Leopard. You love to see the Snow Leopard doing well. I love the Snow Leopard. I think he's cool. And it is going to kill the Chaos Sorcerer Lord outright. It is flat out going to kill him. This Snow Leopard summon has got an 800 value, and it's just whooping his ass. And it moves on to the Exalted Flamer. Berserk is in huge trouble as the skirmishers of Kislev continue to just fire in on the point. Tsarina's charging around. The Chaos Lord will get to safety with the Death Frost on his head. 2 ticks left. It will not kill him, but I don't know if he'll have the strength to rally, especially with Costify Dervish there to chase him off. Berserk is probably doomed. Probably. I just watched you freeze your balls off in a snowy tub. Yeah, it's true. I did. Soul Grinder's range? No, Slaanesh's Soul Grinder does not have any range. Khorne's has the shotgun knees. Soul Grinders, only without ammo. I don't know how much is just gaslighting us. I do love gaslighting people. As Kislev just sits on the side and skirmishes with their little chariots, Tsarina's going to cycle charge in. And it's fun. Not fun to bring Soul Grinder every single time, I guess. You just need very specific answers to skirmish chariots. I think catching them in melee should be a good answer, but the unit's just bugged as shit. What's the snow leopard's name? Diego. Not Diego. Diego. But he has disappeared now. Diego is gone. Berserk still holds the point, has 400 tickets left to win, but I really don't think he's going to last that long, as the Exalted Flamer is getting shot by the light war sleds. Horse archers are running around, and even a Death Frost to make sure that it goes down. Looks the side of your two cats both belly up. Big old blob of Tzeentch units trying to snipe out the Tsarina. They'll get a little bit of damage, and there's not that much to punish them. She doesn't have really good AoE spells, not like she has Blizzard or something. She could do an Ice Maiden's Kiss down the side. I don't think she has the Winds of Magic for that. I don't know if that was a... Yeah, that was an Ice Maiden's Kiss. So she had a little bit. Didn't do that much damage, but did okay. Tsarina's just pathing through these guys, not taking too much damage as the light war sleds and the horse archers continue to fire. But a lot of them are fine too, Olaf. That's fine. I think I am talking about the specific skirmish chariots we always see. I'm obviously not saying nerf Tyrannok chariots. Chariots are strong. I don't know how to counter them, but they're fun. You can leave them as strong in melee. I just don't think their range should be this strong if they're going to be this janky to hit in melee. And Berserk just eventually surrenders from getting cycle charged and shot. With Kairos, Berserk would win. Sus. Sus. Sus among us. After Katarina dumped Yuri, she turned into a cat lady. Based. They shouldn't be so fast, faster than the Cav. My biggest problem is that even when you catch them, they just take no damage and path away, and it's really annoying. Very GG to Sexy Boy. He did great. My complaints about skirmish chariots and my long-running feud to try and get them nerfed in any capacity aside, he played great. It was a very try-hard tournament. He tried hard, took a try-hard build, and he beat it. Nice job to Sexy Boy. It will be our second qualifier. Big invite thing. Good job. Good job. Losing to the finals feels better? Yeah. Tzeentch build had literally 0 answers to skirmish and chariots. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm not saying skirmish wins every time, I'm just saying it's boring. Because like if he brings a soul grinder, you could maybe snipe them out a little bit, but the main thing is that people like to complain for some reason whenever land battles devolves into a kite game. And then they're like, why don't you just do Conquest? Land battles is so stupid and poopy. Just play Conquest. Conquest is perfect. And then I watch the exact same build get taken in Conquest. And it's like, hey, maybe the builds are the problem and not the game mode. Because if Berserk brought something to counter kite there, the result would be the same. Not that he would win the game, but the result would be that that was a full cav just kite build, so it could get drawn out super long or something. Or that Little Grom kite game earlier versus Dark Elves with Scourge Runner chariots. The problem is the abundance of chariot kite in the game. The problem is not land battles or Conquest. There's a 10-minute timer where in Conquest, where if you take the center point, you have 10 minutes before you need to go take the point or they're going to win the game. But that doesn't make the content more interesting, and that's mostly my fight, is it's like, in land battles, I had to watch chariots kite and shoot all their ammo and then cycle charge and chase stuff off to try and obey the attacking rule for 12 minutes and then chariots won. But on Conquest, I had to watch it for 10 minutes. That made it so much more enjoyable. No, no one says that. People just want good content. They want good content. They want fun games. They want exciting action. They don't want to watch people like fuck around with skirmish chariots. Can skirmish chariots be interesting? Maybe. Is this current meta of skirmish chariots interesting? I would argue no. Super long openings to games where very little damage is done. Super long late games where people just chase stuff off the edge of the maps and the melee units are all waiting for the skirmish chariots to get done doing skirmish chariot things. I personally think that's really boring. I personally think that's really stupid. I would like that playstyle nerfed. I admittedly wear it on my sleeve. I like big melee brawls, fast-paced action, flanks that matter, big monster fights that come down to the last hit. I like that. I don't like Chariot Kite. I don't think it's interesting. I like Waywatcher Kite. I like Shadow Warrior Kite. Those are interesting. Because if dogs get onto those units are instantly dead. That's very interesting to me. Cavalry Kite, it's fine. It's not as much my thing, but if dogs get onto them, if heavy cav get onto them, there are a lot of spells to counter them. That's still pretty interesting. Not as interesting as Infantry Kite, but it is still interesting. Chariot Kite, absolutely boring as shit. I hate it. I hate it so much. If I never had to watch another Chariot skirmish game in my entire life, I would be so happy. There's my bias. Boom. I'm full of bias. I'm biased all day. But that's the end of our super long stream. I finally get to leave. Go do some grocery shopping. Go make dinner. All that shit. Conquest mode needs to go back to 500 points with a 30-second timer for the point to open up. Maybe. That Corn versus Kislev game only lasted 8 minutes as a reminder. True. So that didn't even go all the way to the Conquest points. Radiant Ash just rated us as we are shutting down. I don't want to talk to Radiant Ash's viewers. They're just going to make fun of me. They're going to say, "What's wrong with your shirt, idiot? Why don't your socks match your hair, stupid asshole?" I don't know. Radiant Ash's viewers are mean. They're just mean people. Congratulations again to Sexy Boy for the win. Beat Berserk. Hard fought victory. And he's our second qualifier to join Segos in the big super fancy tournament that'll be at the end of February. Why at the end of February? I don't know. Is something happening at the end of February? Maybe. I don't know. But no, you couldn't possibly... I don't know. I don't know. You figure it out. Maybe something's happening. Maybe something's going on. Maybe Human Boy has plans. Maybe Human Boy's figured his shit out for once in his life. Maybe Human Boy knows everything. I can't be wrong. Or maybe I am. Goodbye forever.